Social Security Fund. We understand, God, that it is not an exercise, it's not something that is being done just for the sake of doing it, but at the end of it all, there are people who are depending upon the fund for their very survival. And so therefore, Father, we ask for your presence to be with us. We ask for your input, for your guidance along the way. Lord, we pray that you would be with the witnesses, Father. Help them to be comfortable as they share this information, which is so needed, so necessary to the whole process. Be with the committee, Father, even help them to ask the right questions. And at the end of the day, let everything that is said and done within this public hearing be a blessing to the people of Montserrat. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. You may all sit. On behalf of the Public Accounts Committee, I welcome all to this Public Accounts Committee inquiry on the Social Security Fund. This launch of inquiry conducted by the Public Accounts Committee allows for transparency and a level of accountability to the many persons who have contributed to the fund. The purpose of this inquiry is to establish the current state of the fund, find possible solutions, and make recommendations on how the fund can remain solvent, affordable, and beneficial to the people of Montserrat. Today, a seated public gallery is made available. Please remember to put all phones on silent and observe all health and other protocols. This inquiry is carried live on ZW Radio, Live Island YouTube, and shared on Live Island Facebook page. Assisting the Public Accounts Committee are Auditor General Acting, Ms. Marsha Mead, Advisor to the Public Accounts Committee, and Committee Clerk, Mrs. Judith Baker. The members of the Public Accounts Committee are Honorable Claude Hogan, Honorable Veronica Dorset Hector, and Chair, yours truly, Honorable Paul Lewis. The Public Accounts Committee is a standing committee of the Montserrat Parliament and will report back to Parliament its findings and recommendations. Once again, let me thank everyone for being here, and be relaxed. We're here to try to work together. We're not here to gun for anyone, so be relaxed. And of course, we're going to start our proceedings with the opening batsman, who is joining us remotely, and we all know him, the former financial secretary and past chairman of the Montserrat Social Security Fund, Mr. John Skerritt. Do we have Mr. Skerritt on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Are you hearing me clearly?
Thank you, Mr. Skerritt. My first question to you from the chair. Can you provide the Public Accounts Committee with a brief history of the Social Security Fund and the general purpose of this safety net?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Let me first say good morning to all those who are listening to this consultation or meeting. I also want to thank the Clerk of Council for inviting me to participate in this meeting. I want to say that the efforts to address this matter is quite important, and I am happy and thankful that this is happening. And I am grateful that the Public Accounts Committee is addressing this matter frontally. There are issues to be resolved, I know. And I have no doubt once we take the first step, that we will get through this. The question that you asked is a brief history. And let me say that the social security scheme started in 1986, 1st of July 1986, and it replaced the National Provident Fund. It was to provide basic for all citizens. And this is something that was provided by the ILO. The convention was extended to us through the UK, the United Kingdom. All right. There is never a good time, especially when we have problems, to address the difficulty. And there is never a good time to make tough decisions. And we have seen this because we have had over 7 or 8 actual reviews. And the last one, we have been exposed to difficulties that the social security scheme is facing. So I say that it is heartwarming to see that something is being done at the moment. I don't know if you want me to say any more. There's a feedback and it's affecting me actually.
Thank you for your input so far. I think I'm satisfied with your contribution. I want to thank you for your contribution, and I am prepared to move on. Thanks again. As it stands, the Montserrat Social Security Fund is faced with growing annual deficits. The fund's reserves are being rapidly depleted at a growing rate and are projected to be exhausted within as little as the next 4 years. The committee wish to call the operations officer, Ms. Atisha Lewis, operations officer of the Social Security Fund.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Lewis. Welcome to the inquiry.
Thank you.
Can you please share with us, for this committee, the benefits of the Social Security Fund to its contributors and the pensioners who rely on the fund?
Okay. Good morning once again. As the chair mentioned, my name is Atisha Lewis and I'm the operations officer at the Social Security Fund. So Social Security offers 7 types of benefits. So I'm going to explain each in terms of what the qualifying conditions are. I'm going to mention the type of benefit and I'm going to say what the qualifying condition is. So we have the first one that comes to mind is age pension. So age pension is for persons who would have worked and contributed to the fund in excess of 500 weeks. So the minimum contribution that is required is 500 weeks of contribution. That's just about 10 years. So once you've contributed that 500 weeks of contributions, you qualify for a pension. We all know that the current full pensionable age is 65 years. However, there is legislation that provides for somebody to claim an early pension as early as 60 years, and we know of the reducing factor, which is currently 6% per annum. If you're not qualified for the age pension, or you don't pay in the 500 weeks, we have what you call an age grant for persons who would have paid in excess of 50 weeks, between 50 and 499 contributions. So you can get an age grant, which is a lump sum. It's a one-off payment. Next is the invalidity pension. Invalidity pension is for persons who would have worked, contributed to Social Security, and somewhere along the line fell ill and cannot work again. So in order for that person to qualify, one, the person has to be assessed by a medical practitioner that would state that the person is incapable of working again. We would also have to get medical, what we call a medical report, saying to us what your illness is. Then we take it for discussion and decide whether the person qualifies or not. So that's the invalidity pension. Again, there's an invalidity grant. If you do not pay the 150 and you have 50 and 149, you can get the one-off payment. We have survivor's benefit. That is as a result of persons who would have contributed to the fund, married and left a wife or a husband, or children under 16 years or in full-time education up to 18 years. So we have the survivor's benefit for those persons. You would have been contributing, you died, you left beneficiaries or survivors, sorry, and then we pay that type of benefit. Next one is sickness. Sickness is for short-term up to a maximum of 6 months, payable to persons who fell ill in excess of 3 days, because we have the first 3 days, which we considered our waiting days. So anything after the 3rd day, we pay sickness up to a maximum of 6 months. We have maternity. Maternity comes twofold. There's the allowance that's payable up to 12 weeks, sorry, and the grant that we usually give for the birth of the baby. That's paid for the week when the person confines. So in order to get that type of benefit, you would have had to pay in excess of 6 months. That's for both sickness and the maternity. We have the injury benefit for persons who would have worked and got injured on the job, maybe fell, break their foot, break their hand, you know, as a result, maybe injured their eyes, whatever. We have that. And we also have, under the injury benefit, we have medical expenses. So if you get injured on the job and you have to travel to Antigua, let's say, for medical attention, Social Security have the medical expenses where we refund 100%. Once you would have gone, you paid your expenses, you come back, you bring your receipts, and the injury, of course, is, we assess it and realize that, yes, it happened at work, then we would pay you back 100% of what your expenses, the expenses you incurred as a result of that injury. And finally, we have funeral grants. Funeral grants are paid to an insured person that would have passed away before they become pensionable. We have that. We have funeral grant payable to age and invalidity pensioners. And we have funeral grant paid to, like myself, if I have a child that passed away and under a certain age, we have funeral grant for that as well. So those are the 7 types of benefits that we offer.
I'm sorry, a clarification. In respect of the survivor's benefit, do you have to be contributing all the time? If you were found to be, for want of a better word, delinquent in your payments, how would that impact your
In order for you to qualify for the survivor's benefit, the person that would have passed away would have to pay 150 weeks, in excess of 150 weekly contributions, in order for the wife or the husband or the children to benefit.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from any member of the committee? To Ms. Lewis, that is.
Yeah, okay. Ms. Lewis, how active would you say are these services used by your customers?
I would say that it's very active, especially for the long-term benefits. We've noted that persons are not waiting until they're 65 to come and claim their pensions, so they are coming in as soon as they turn 60, they're coming in and they're applying for the benefits. So long-term benefits, very active daily, almost daily. Persons are coming in and they're making claims, whether they come into the office or they send an email inquiry from overseas. Once they have established that they're qualified, they're claiming. Nobody's waiting.
Can you just comment on the medical expenses benefits as well? That one.
I did mention that medical expenses is as a result of injury. So you would have had to work and got injured on the job. Then you would claim, first you have to submit a report, what we call a notice of employment injury. It comes from the employer, which basically reports and said exactly what happened, the injury that happened on the job. It comes in with a sick note to say that the person was seen by a medical practitioner. This is the sickness, this is the duration of the sickness. It comes in, we take it forward to management for discussion. Person has to go overseas. We refund, we do not pay up front. So you go overseas and you pay your flights, you pay all your expenses to see the doctor overseas. It doesn't have to be overseas, it can be in Montserrat as well. And once you bring in those receipts, we will refund them 100%.
Last question, Mr. Chair. Do you have any statistics with you in relation to any of these 7 fund benefits, like number of people, number of payouts in the last, amount of payouts in the last year?
Last year?
Yeah, the past year, up to the current past year. We'd like to have a per annum view of what your benefits are doing. If you don't have it to hand, we can take it as a submission. Mr. Chair, I'll be happy for you to have it submitted as part of the witness bundle afterwards, if we
Okay.
have to move on. Oh, she has it?
I
It's
do
there.
have some information, but I just needed to check with
Okay.
my director first before.
Thank you, go ahead.
Right. So as it pertains to age benefits, and the way I have it is that is how I report it to management, right? So I will mention it that way. So as it pertains to age benefit, I have categories. We have what we distinguish as government employees and regular employees, those persons who do not work for government. So age pension paid to persons who worked for the government of Montserrat the year to date last, this is reported as of March 2021, we paid in excess of $3 million. So that's $3,078,000. For age pension for persons who do not work for government, we paid about $4,365,000. Am I going too fast? Age grant, we paid around $25,000. That's for government. And for age grant regular, we paid about $102,000. Invalidity pension, government, $27,000. Invalidity pension, regular employees, $118,000. We had one invalidity grant that we paid out for about $12,000. Survivor's pension, $28,000. That's government. Survivor's pension regular, $27,000. Survivor's grant regular, $1,200. Widow's pension government, $71,000. Widow's pension regular, $151,000. Sickness, we paid out $86,000. Maternity allowance, $138,000. Maternity grant, $21,600. Funeral grant, $35,000. Employment injury, $11,000. And medical expenses, $2,300. So that's a total of $8,297,000 that we paid out for benefits. Okay, just to note that this figure would have been more, and I say that because we have some benefits that were suspended, and those were suspended because persons have not submitted their life certificates. So the age pension part of it would probably have been more. So we are still waiting for persons out there to submit their certificates to say that, yes, they're still alive, so that we can pay out those benefits. So it could have been a lot more.
Can you please clarify for us the period under review?
The period under review is 1st of April 2020 to 31st of March 2021.
I hate to retain you some more, but
That's fine.
is this an average annual payout, or is this above normal? How would you describe?
No, it's not above normal. Like I said, it could have been more because we suspended some pensions last year because persons have not submitted their certificates. So probably could have been over $9 million, maybe 10. Who knows?
I was actually asking for a comparison with years past.
Years
In
past?
the last
Oh,
5 years, what's the trend?
It's-
Is
it's
it
more.
going up?
it's more. It's going up. The trend, it is going
So
up
last
because
year
persons
was-
are not waiting. They're claiming their benefits.
And last year was, for example, how much, and how much was the year before that?
1920 total expenses was about it's 8,100,000. Year before it was about 7,800,000. So yes, it's going up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Ms. Lewis will like to take the information you provided for the record, so you'll pass it over to Mrs. Baker
Okay.
for your leave. I have a question from the chair. I'm pleased to see that the Social Security is actually meeting its obligations, its promise to the people. I would like to get an idea of the compliance, the persons who are contributing. You would have an idea as to what the numbers are, but of those persons that are contributing, what percentage compliance, or how well is the compliance, you would say? Because it's one
We're
thing to
about-
be
We're about 97% compliant.
97%
97%
compliant.
compliant.
Are you in a position to speak to what the situation is regarding the 3% that's not compliant? Is there any common issues there that's contributing to that?
No major issues. We've been working with our employers. They're coming in. The few that we have problem with, we would refer them to our lawyer that's dealing with them. So we don't have any major issues.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, I'd like to thank you for your presentation, and you may step down.
Thank you.
The Public Account Committee would like to call Labor Commissioner Acting, Mr. Philip Mulcair.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mulcair. Thank you for coming. I have the honor of asking you the initial opening question. There might be more. Please tell this committee whether the Labor Code provides for pensions. If not, please comment also on where the workers in the private sector get their pensions.
Morning once again. I'm very happy to be here to share information as requested. The Montserrat Labor Code number 20 of 2012 was passed in the Legislative Assembly on the 27th of December 2012. The Montserrat Labor Code does not have any provision whatsoever where pensions are concerned, but only provides for a one-off benefit, what we call severance or gratuity, and gratuity. And that becomes available when an individual would have served a particular employment for a period of time. In terms of severance, severance is paid on the ground of redundancy. And gratuity according to the labor code, having resigned from employment or completed over 10 years of service, that individual is then entitled to a gratuity payment. So as I said before, the Montserrat Labor Code does not provide any provision for retirement benefit. If I may go further, Section 76, subsection 5 speaks of other entitlement to employee, where it speaks of, and if I may read the section, it says, where an employee is entitled to otherwise than under this section to a retirement benefit, which is not provided by the code. From an employer, the employee shall not be entitled to that benefit in addition to a gratuity. So there is also a disadvantage. But be granted to the greater. So if an individual is entitled to severance or gratuity, and there is another benefit, for instance, what we call a thrift fund, where both employer and employee contribute. Whichever one is greater, that employee is then entitled to that. So it is still a disadvantage to a certain extent. Okay. As I said earlier, having worked with an employer for 15, 20 years, you are now entitled to a gratuity, and it has the relevant calculation for each year or 2 years, 2.5 years. And there is this retirement benefit where the employer pays in, let's say, $50 per month, and the employee pays in $50 per month. And at the end of the completion of the worker employment, and whichever one is greater, whether the gratuity or the retirement benefit, that is what the employee is entitled to.
I was thinking about why you say it's a disadvantage, because it seems equitable to me, it's one or the other, but you say it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, because from my standpoint, this is my opinion, is that if I contribute to a fund from my own money, I should reap that reward. And the code speaks specifically, except for this contradiction, about gratuity from the employer. So it's sort of, for instance, if the gratuity now becomes more, the question is what happens to the contribution that I would have made with the worker, with the employer. There's no provision to say whether the worker now receives their portion. So it's unclear.
But knowing that from the outset, would not that give the worker a choice of deciding whether they're going to one fund or the other? How would you end up in a situation where you consciously commit to subscribing to both of them, knowing that you only, as the law provides, have the choice of one in the end? Don't you have to decide that at the beginning by doing your maths?
Yes, one should, but most workers, and if you look at the caliber of workers that we have in Montserrat, in the private sector, especially those lower tier, at the beginning, they may not be aware of what the law says. They're not being told, from my standpoint. So at the end of the day, they are actually being disadvantaged. Because if there's no provision in the labor code to say that the contribution that I make as an employee should be returned, plus the gratuity if one's become greater.
Okay, can you talk to me now about where the workers in the private sector get a pension?
As I said, there's none, not in the code.
No, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, there's
outside
none.
the fund.
Outside
the labor code.
Outside the labor code,
Yeah.
Social Security. I think is the Social Security. if they pays into the Social Security Fund, and there is a fund or well, a program for that. I think that is the only way that these persons will be eligible for pension. I am not familiar with that.
I have two questions for you, Mr. Mulcahy. One, what happens where the person does not make the 10-year period, qualifying period?
For gratuity?
For gratuity. Is there a pro rata basis?
No, the code specifically says for you to be entitled to gratuity, you must complete at least 10 years of service with the employer.
Second question, is the employee required to pay into the gratuity fund?
No, it's mandatory according to the labor code. Having completed 10 years or more and you will have resigned or terminated, the law is saying that you are entitled to that gratuity. Terminated not according to the code, because if you are terminated according to the code is saying that you have no entitlement. If you commit a breach and it's against the code, the law is saying that you are not entitled to any gratuity or severance. So you must be qualified, having completed 10 years of service for that gratuity.
Is there a question from?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Would you, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot,
No, ma'am.
but we are also here to grow. Do you think that there may need to be consideration for us to review gratuity and maybe look at how we contribute to it, and would it follow the person? Just some ideas, just thinking out. But we also recognize that this is paid by the employer. The contribution is really from this particular employer, and there's not a portion from the employee at all.
As long as it benefits the employee, I support it 100%. But can I raise, finish my turn?
Please, share with us.
Oh,
That's why we're here.
there has been some issues that we discovered during within the Department of Labor as it relates to Social Security payments. And I think it needs to be said where non-monstrations applying for work permits must have or submit a certificate from the Inland Revenue to show compliance, and also from the Social Security. However, we've been getting complaints, well, from workers who would have gone to request such certificate to accommodate them for the work permit. And from some time to time, they would have been backlogged on their payments, say, for instance, a year, 9 months to a year. And the time comes for them to apply now for the work permit, are not in a position to obtain the certificate because of non-compliance. Or if we receive a certificate from the Social Security, indicates that that person has not paid for a period of time. And we will not be in a position to process that person's work permit because the courts, the law says, the work permit policy says it must be updated to at least 2 months prior. And a lot of them are not, or have not met that condition. We also told too that by the customer that having gone to the Social Security to collect these forms, they would have realized now that there are some months back and asked if they can pay back pay then for them to be in a position to obtain, and they told us no. They said that they were told no, they cannot do that. So that is one of the issues that those workers are having, and maybe one of those issues where the Social Security may be in a position not collecting money, may find themselves in also issue. If it is a policy of the Social Security, I have no issue. But I'm just letting that know that these are complaints that we face from the Department of Labor, from the customer.
Thank you. Thank you for that input. Just before we move on, just going to ask Ms. Lewis to just give some... Oh, sorry, I'm going to let her...
In respect of the non-compliant aspect of things, since we heard we had 97% over there, are these mainly self-employed persons?
No.
They're not self-employed persons.
Some of them are employed by employers. Most.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think the committee would like to give Ms. Lewis an opportunity to bring some clarity to that matter. And we're not quite finished with you yet, Mr. Mulcahy, so just hold forth.
Okay, I just wanted to respond to the comments made by the Acting Labor Commissioner as it pertains to persons who would have visited Social Security to uplift a certificate for labor certificate for labor and probably was told that they can't pay back. Is that correct, sir? Yes, they can't pay. Now, for self-employed persons, you come to Social Security and you enter into an agreement. It's a yearly agreement. So if you come in and there's an open agreement, we will allow you to make those contributions within that year that you would have signed and you were delinquent. Some persons would come in and you haven't seen them for years. And I'm not exaggerating. You wouldn't see them for a long time, and now they come in because they find themselves in a position where they will not get their stuff renewed. They will come in and then ask if they can pay. Now, if I haven't seen you within the year that you would have signed your agreement, my legislation does not allow me to collect 3 or 4 years back payments from you. It allows me to collect within the year, within 1 year. So I can allow you to pay for that period, but no period beyond that. As it pertains to persons who are working with employers and may have come for a certificate and was told that they haven't paid, we have a few persons like that. What we would ask the employee to do is to bring in your pay slip, and once we have established that yes, you are working with X, the inspector will go out and do her investigations, and once that investigation is done and we find that the person did work, the employer is now liable, and we would in turn make the employer pay. But there are some of them, I'm sorry to say this, but they don't come with the story straight.
I would like to just ask a question on that point where you're saying that the legislation don't allow you to collect, like, say, for 3 years back. We know that there are concerns of the fund not getting enough time to invest monies, and therefore I just want you to clarify whether or not that's a protection somewhat for the fund.
It's specifically for self-employed persons, not for employers or employees who are working for an establishment. It's just self-employed persons.
Yeah, the point I'm making, there have been some concern
Yeah, I understand.
that payments, persons may want to wait until last minute to make payments for many years, and Social Security is saying that, look, that doesn't give us enough time to invest the amount, that money in for it to grow and earn. So I'm asking if the fact that you're not allowed to collect outside that the year for the other 3 years before, if it's somewhat like a protection to the fund, to ensure the protection of the fund and the sustainability of the fund.
I will let my director answer that question if you don't mind.
No problem.
The first thing we got to get clear, self-employed persons is a 1-year agreement. Every year they got to come and renew that agreement. Because what it does is that if this year I said to them, to Social Security, I am making average of $1,200 a month. You enter into agreement that you're going to pay
the contribution on the figure of $1,200 a month for the year, right? That's what Atisha was saying. If you even don't come in monthly and make it, you come in 3 monthly, quarterly, we're going to pay the whole year upfront, right? Now, the reason for that is that we got to be careful as to what the person is actually saying, because next year you might be working for $1,400 or $1,500 or $2,000 a month. That's the average that you figure of making this coming year. Then you make that adjustment. But if you leave it open, there is really no protection for the fund, because you don't have a company. We don't run it on after you owe that. You come in if it's an employee. You remember you're working for an employer who's going to be able to or should submit remittance every month, right? And whilst we prefer to get a cash remittance paper, we're going to take those remittance alone, and you say, okay, you work and Social Security deducted, you can clear. And let it be known to everybody on the island and elsewhere. We do give everybody certificate. What's on the certificate is different. So this myth about people saying that I go for a certificate, I didn't get any. No. You get one say you have that paid. Or you get one saying that you have made satisfactory arrangement for pay. Or you get one to say everything is all right.
I would allow Honorable Hogan at this time. And after Honorable Hogan, we'll have Mrs. Dorset.
Thank you, Honorable Hogan. He's deferring to me.
Okay, all right.
For clarity, if that person did not pay into the fund, but suffers an injury, for example, can they claim still? Are they still entitled to the benefits although they did not pay?
Yes, they are. The legislation, as it pertains to employment injury, states that you can report for work on the very first day and get injured, and you're entitled. What we do is that we would use the remittance or the amount that we use to calculate the benefit. We look at somebody in a similar job. That's what the legislation says. You look at somebody in a similar job and you use the wages that that person would have been making in order to calculate a benefit for that person. Yes, it does.
It's also important to note, self-employed do not pay for employment injury.
Right.
Neither do the private sector person pay for employment injury. The employer pays it. So the self-employed person will pay 8%, right? At that 1% for the employment injury is covered within the 8%.
My point of clarification goes back to the self-employed issue about payments owing beyond the current year. And may I pose the question slightly differently, Director? What injury or exposure of liability or whatever or loss is there to the Social Security Fund if, per se, someone wanted to back pay for 3 years that they had not paid for under any contract? I understand that part. Whether there could be a penalty for that because you actually want to collect the money. I think that's the main point. And maybe the person is not going to benefit from accumulation of towards their pension for those years. I don't know how it can be done, but what is wrong? I want to be clear as to why we are leaving funds uncollected even if they were owed.
First and foremost, we operate via ACT and regulations. So we can't go contrary to what the act or the regulation is saying. So if we were to take that advice, it would be in changes within the legislation. That's one. That's the easy about. Now, the second one, if people pay, oh boy, what we have found in recent times, right?
Director, let me interrupt you. I don't want you to go into your
No.
actual scenario. What I want is, because we are not searching for, we are searching for remedies, okay? We're searching for making the thing better in the future. So I really want you to comment on this part about if the legislation need amending to make those payments possible. Maybe that's a good thing. We will find that solution. But if you think so, tell us that.
I did, yeah.
Yes, I would like to thank Ms. Lewis again, and I also would like to thank Mr. Mulcair. You may step down. Mr. Scotland, you remain with us forever. The PAC Public Accounts Committee call Director of Social Services, Mrs. Teresina Fergus. Good morning, Mrs. Fergus. Question from the chair. As it relates to social welfare benefits, please tell the Public Accounts Committee what they are, 1. 2, who is eligible? 3, what is the criteria for receiving these benefits? And 4, what is the maximum payable to any one individual?
Social welfare benefit consists of monthly financial benefit of $900. This is paid by basically household. So the household is assessed accordingly and the benefit is administered. We also have rental benefit for persons who require that level of assistance. We also administered foster care benefit. So those are the main three benefits under the social welfare scheme. Or should I say that we administered under the social welfare scheme.
Can you explain the $900 per household and provide the criteria for receiving that $900?
Okay, so according to the Social Welfare Act, the eligibility criteria, in order to qualify, applicants must have a legal status of citizen or residents of Montserrat, have not intentionally renounced an otherwise source of income in order to qualify for assistance, make a full declaration of their financial resources, and satisfy the upper limits of income and assets currently pertaining. Not be in receipt of any other payment from government by way of remuneration, pension, or social security payment, or other similar monies except in relation to social security pensioners with no other means, and whose pension from social security is below the welfare threshold. Understand that payments will be made in respect of households and that no household will be entitled to more than one payment or any time. Then you have the specific criteria. Any applicant in respect of a household must satisfy at least one of the following criteria in order to qualify. A, that's age. Persons over 60 who have no means of support. This includes savings, remittances from abroad, family support in finance, or kind of social security or pensions, and who are not in full-time care. B, dependents, persons unable to work but who have dependent children and who have no other means of support. Persons rendered unable to work by the requirements of dependent family members and who have no other support financially or in kind. C, disability, persons who cannot support themselves by reason of prolonged sickness and or physical and or mental disability. Entitlement, the entitlement describes the amount which will be paid in respect of any household. It will be determined by taking into account A, the maximum benefit payable to each relevant member of the household, B, the total income of the household, C, any special expenses or ongoing liabilities which may be allowed to be offset against income. These are the criteria according to the Social Welfare Act.
Mrs. Fergus, are you able to tell us how many persons currently receive social welfare payments?
At the moment, we have 298 persons on social welfare.
Are you able to tell us whether any of those persons who are receiving social welfare payments are also in receipt of social security pension?
Yes. However, I cannot give you, out of those 298 persons, I don't have the figure of how many are receiving social security.
In what? Please, can we have that information?
You can. Actually, I just sent for it, so the person will send me via
That is
WhatsApp
fine.
in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, we need it. Okay, so you'll give it orally? Perhaps if you're unable to give us orally, we'll also take it in writing.
Okay.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. In what circumstances would a person who is receiving social security also receive social welfare payments?
If the person social security pension is less than 900. So if they receive, for example, if they receive 400 social security pension, they will have a top-up from us of $500 to make it the $900.
Should the Social Security Fund become insolvent, that is, being unable to pay, how do you think this will affect the social welfare system in Montserrat?
It would definitely affect the social welfare system. That what would happen is that more persons would meet the criteria for social welfare. And if that's the case, government of Montserrat would have to increase the social welfare budget to accommodate.
I'm happy with the evidence, except for the numbers and the amount receiving Social Security as well as welfare. Thank you. So I guess you won't be able to read it into the record, but we'll take it in writing to the clerk.
One more question for Mrs. Fergus. Are you seeing an increase recently in terms of persons applying for social welfare who are also receiving social security payments?
There's a slight increase, and this occurred, I think, during COVID. During COVID-19 relief support, I think some persons, what we saw is that persons who apply for the support, they actually receive in Social Security. And so they receive a top-up from us in terms of the COVID relief support. And recognizing that these persons did not know they could actually apply to social services and receive that same top-up to carry them to the $900. So that was explained to some of them who did not know they can actually do that. And so that's where we are seeing the increase, one of the increase anyway. The other increase is that if you look at the economic climate on Montserrat, I mean, of course, the borders are closed due to COVID, not much work happening, so persons are applying for welfare support. Well, I'm not sure though if those, I don't think, from what I'm seeing from my stats, those persons are not receiving Social Security.
Again, Mrs. Fergus, we're here to collect evidence. I would be grateful for your statistics in this regard. Thank you very much for your contribution to the inquiry.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, Ms. Fergus, you may step down. Committee is mindful of calling manager of the credit union, who have indicated he'll be late, so we'll move on. He apparently have a clash with another meeting. Committee now call on the actuary, Mr. Derek Osborne. Is Mr. Osborne ready online for us? Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Yes, I am here on online. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You completed the final report of the 8th actuary review of the Montserrat Social Security Fund in June of 2019. In it, you had 9 recommendations. It was stated, in addition to the 9 recommendations, government will still be required to inject money into the fund to make it viable. For the purpose of the record of the PAC, can you list the 9 recommendations and explain why there will be need for government to still inject money into the fund, notwithstanding or in addition to the 9 recommendations?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair, and I'll say good day to everybody who is listening and those in the audience. So when the actuary does the actuary review every 3 years, as required by the law, the idea is to ensure the fund meets its obligations both socially and financially. And so it's an assessment of where the fund is at a particular point in time. We make long-term projections, indicate what the fund might look like in the future. And then based on where things stand today and what we're trying to achieve, make recommendations that we believe are, first of all, possible, and then secondly, achieve a certain outcome. Now, the backdrop to where we are today is important. Right? So Montserrat Social Security started back in 1986. And back then, the economy had 11,000 people. There were a lot of workers. Things changed. And so with a dramatic fall off in population in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the way pension systems work is that you build up entitlements along the way. And when it's your turn to get, it doesn't really matter what's happening on the ground. You've turned 60 and it's your turn to get, and therefore we have to pay you. So what we have is a situation where the obligations accrued over time and they're now becoming due in larger numbers than we had in the past. The workforce is smaller, fund is challenged, and therefore the recommendation designed to ensure that whatever can be done is done in a way that doesn't affect the country, the economy, and the employees and workers of the day. So the recommendations from the 8-12 review, and I'll go through them one by one. The first one was to increase the wage ceiling. It has been $4,000 for many, many years, and the recommendation was to increase to $4,500 per month. And that was not to improve financial status. That was just to ensure that higher income people were able to get a pension or benefit that was more consistent with their earnings. So that that recommendation really was not to enhance sustainability. Yes, more money will come in because of it, but also more money will go out. The second recommendation was to increase the contribution rate 7%, and then in steps thereafter, increase to 15% by 2025. That recommendation was specific, right? There are no extra benefits to get from that. It's strictly to get more money into the fund, meet obligations as the years go by. Number 3 was to reduce the maximum pension payable for age and invalidity from 60% to 55%. That recommendation was designed to reduce long-term costs. At that time, and still today, nobody has earned 55% because they don't have enough contributions yet that allows them to reach 55%. However, what it would do is that it would ensure that whenever in 2 or 3 or 5, 10 years time, and people do come to retire, the maximum payable is 55% as opposed to the expected 60 that's in place right now. And again, that was designed to specifically reduce long-term costs. It affects nobody just yet. It would just make the ultimate pension not as high as it could have been had this change not been made. Four was to implement for age pensioners who keep working. So historically, mothers had an age pension. Once you hit age 60, you're qualified to get it. However, you can still get it. The recommendation here was to limit the and keep their pension payout, which would help them. It was to ensure they would have a situation won't really have to because the person and therefore was living comfortably with them. These have a retirement pension. Some have as age pension. Social Security to replace to ensure that only people with income would qualify for the
Derek, Mr. Osborne, sorry to stop you. I'll need to stop you there for a moment.
past, payment was
Can't hear me.
was
Okay.
in 63
He not hearing. Mr. Osborne.
was to help the fund and, and, and to reduce the excess of and number 5 that says use age credit, then we could increase the reduction factor. And the reason for that would be to dissuade pension. If you decide to take the early pension, to help the sustainable. Most recommendations are designed to enhance sustainability out of the until the pension in retirement. Number 7 was a very important one. Age grant is not a big one. Consistent. There's an inconsistent formula for the grant. It's consistent. Number 8 was regarding which I have to go back here. But it may not have been updated recently. Each 3 years, you review your policy, make sure that what you're doing with what's available is inside. Recommendation where was to review that and update as required. And the last one is to reduce admin costs. Admin costs for security are rather high. They, in small organization, it's a small country, jobs have to be performed, certain institutions are needed to separate duties, and admin costs are high, and the organization will find ways to reduce the some would be human costs and some would have positive.
Mr. Osborne, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
At this time, I'll use this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Speaker of the House, Ms. Charlena White, and we will take a 2-minute recess. So for those persons listening on the radio, I believe you're hearing clearly. But for those of us here in the hall, we had some issues hearing Mr. Osborne, and we'll take a 2-minute break to sort this technical issue out. Thank you. I'd like to call the session back to order. Thank you. The PAC hereby call the managing director, Credit Union, Mr. Peter Quayle. Good morning, Mr. Quayle.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. Good morning to the other honorable members of the PAC, Ms. Striz Hector Dorset, or Dorset Hector, Mr. Claude Hogan, and the other lady, Ms. Baker, at the head table. Let me just make this disclaimer that I'm here in my capacity as the general manager of the St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, but I am also a member of the board of directors of the Social Security. So I want to make that clear that I am here in this capacity, not as a member of the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quayle. We took a break, so I would like to start the ball rolling, but just to provide the context. As it stands, the Social Security Fund is faced with growing annual deficits. The fund's reserves are being rapidly depleted at a growing rate and are projected to be exhausted within as little as the next 4 years. Mr. Quayle, there are people who are using their pension or pensions to pay loans or mortgages, we understand it. If the fund collapses, what are the implications for, one, lending institutions such as yours, and two, those who are in the process of repaying those mortgages and loans?
Okay, thank you very much. Good question. As you correctly said, that the fund is having some difficulties, and there are persons who are in fact using their income streams from the Social Security pensions as a way of financing their loan payments. From my knowledge, most of these are short-term loans, anywhere between 1 to 3 years. There probably is a few long-term ones stemming from persons who would have acquired mortgages way back, and the mortgages go beyond their retirement period, so they're using those monies to service those mortgages. But in fact, yes, the collapse, quote unquote, as you say, of the fund would place the payments of those loans in jeopardy. But I would say that it's two phases, and it depends on what you call a total versus a partial collapse of the fund. You see, if the fund goes into a state where the reserves are depleted, you move into a state where you pay as you go. So there's still some collections happening and some payments happening, but it wouldn't be enough collections to meet the full payment. So it depends really. Yes, the payments will be in jeopardy, but the question is, when does it get into full jeopardy, and when does the payments finally stop because all the reserves or whatever have you has dried up? So it is an issue that needs to be looked at from a financial institution standpoint. Now, what is happening now what you will find is that there's a little apprehension now by financial institutions to continue to give loans and rely on Social Security as a stream of income to repay those loans. And so you have that apprehension as part of your whole credit administration process, where you look at the stream of income and the ability to repay, and you make a judgment call as to whether or not you will grant that loan. And so, indeed, I would say that, at least from the credit union standpoint, we are looking at it very closely, and we are exercising due caution as it relates to how we grant loans and in relation to persons who are looking for loans and using the Social Security income as the stream for payment.
Yeah, follow-up. What percentage of the loans that you have, or persons paying loans that these persons represent, what percentage?
Can't give an exact percentage, but what I can tell you is roughly about 30 persons that I would say the credit union have, that the Social Security stream of income is servicing part or whole of their loans. So it's roughly about somewhere between 27 and 30 persons.
Without going to any specific detail of any individual, just on a broad scale, if the fund was to collapse within 4 years, would some of these loans go beyond the 4 years?
You may have one or two, yes. As I said, if you look at the way how the fund has been operating, you have persons who are taking retirement early and taking their pensions at 60. Life expectancy goes up to about 70, 72, where you don't really want to give a loan beyond 65. So you could give a short-term loan for 1 or 2 or 3 years till the person is at 63 or so, or 64, and probably be safe. So the majority of the loans, as I said before, are probably in the region of 1, 2, 3, maximum 4 years. You may have the odd 1 or 2 that goes beyond the 5-year thing. So there is a possibility, yes, that some will be jeopardized. But as I said before, what you will find now is that financial institutions will now become not being unsure about the future and what will happen or how these payments would be made. It is only right that you factor that into your credit administration and take precautions. So there would definitely be apprehension towards granting more loans with Social Security as the payments as the source of income. It's only natural.
Mr. Chair, might I follow after Mr. Dossett?
You may, but not with that mic. The mic is giving some feedback. No, it's try it again. It's still giving some feedback. So you may continue after Honorable Hector, but please use a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Quealy, it also works both ways. It also means that persons who are in receipt of Social Security funds, if they had an emergency where they needed your assistance, they too are now between a rock and a hard place. And number two, I know you offer some other services as well, per, the funeral grants. They may be small in payment, but do you see how this can be impacted if our Social Security fund was not to grow or we were to find ourselves in serious difficulty?
Well, let me first say, Ms. Dossett, as I said before, I sit here in the capacity of the manager of the Separatist Cooperative Credit Union. So
I'm asking you
yes,
those questions in that capacity.
In that capacity,
only.
yes.
Only.
Yes. And my first priority is I have a fiduciary duty to the depositors of the credit union to protect their funds that they place with the bank, with the credit union. And so that's my first line of thinking. Yes, we do. The credit union does have other products and services that we offer, like the family indemnity plan and so forth. We offer retirement savings plan. We offer other savings plans that we encourage persons to take up. That can be a source of income after retirement. But I want to make it clear, at no point in time would the management of the credit union jeopardize the institution by granting a loan based on some sort of circumstance like that. We always, the first line of defense is the ability to repay. Our fiduciary duty is to the depositors of the credit union and to safeguard their funds. That's our first line of thinking. So as I said before, we will be exercising caution going forward, and it's only prudent that we do so with customer funds.
Yeah, Mr. Curry, that is exactly going down the line of my supplementary question. Insofar as we are focusing on the recommendations that would help us save the Social Security Fund, I want you to comment on your stressing in the current circumstances or in the interim. What do you mean by financial institutions, whether credit union or otherwise, might take precautions or precautionary actions? What are the likely implications in this interim period for your customers who are caught up in this time of apprehension? Or what are you suggesting, given that you're putting your financial institution first?
Well, it's not a matter, Mr. Hogan, of putting your financial institution first. You're putting the customers' deposits first. Remember I said that the credit union and all deposit-taking financial institutions have a fiduciary responsibility towards protecting the customers' funds, which means we cannot just willy-nilly lend out or dole out the customers' funds without any protection or without any safeguards as to how these funds will be paid back. That's the first thing that we look at. And what I was explaining to you is that we do, and we have been, granting loans, albeit small loans, using Social Security pension funds as a stream of payment, taking into consideration our credit administration processes. However, what I'm saying is that if you're talking now of a fund which may collapse in the next 4 years and may slip into a pay-as-you-go system or some other system whereby funds are not paid on time, it is only natural that if you are using Social Security stream of income as the income to pay those loans, that you exercise caution in granting those loans, because this stream of income to repay those loans will now become in question. It's just natural. And as a prudent financial institution, we are expected to exercise those degree of controls. So essentially what I'm saying is that you can expect to see the credit union exercise heightened credit risk management processes as it relates to customers who are applying for loans using Social Security funds as the stream of income. And I'm saying that that is only the natural reaction of any financial institution to a crisis like this.
Thank you, Mr. Quilly, for your presentation. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
The chair call Managing Director of the Social Security, Mr. Kenneth Scotland. The issue. The Auditor General's report states that contribution rates and the ceiling for insurable earnings are too low. The current ceiling of insurable earnings and the rates of contribution are both very low, have not been raised for several years, and are well below the cost of the benefits that are being paid. First question from the chair. Can you provide the monthly costs for the current benefits and by extension the annual costs? So first you can give me the monthly and you could then give me the annual.
The monthly cost for benefits starting from April 2020 to March 2021. Okay. You ready? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. 606,691, right? In May, it was 618,592. These figures that was. All right. And in July, and I need to point out here that because we pay every 4 weeks, in any one calendar year, we would get 13 payments. Right. So in July, that was when we had these 2 payments in 1 month. The total benefits was $1,244,965.62. Then you go back into August where it's just 1 payment. It's $662,421. September, $639,895. In October, $618,162. In November, $589,108. In December, $709,175. And January, $645,807. And in February, $660,255. And in March, which is the end of our financial year, was $650,404. Conversely, on the other hand, contribution, we didn't get any in April, basically because places closed down for COVID. But in July, we get $909,917. That it was that high because we were making it for April. Not in July, May. So the July amount was April and May. In June, it was $510,267. In July, $470,569. In August, $522,779. In September, $472,145. In October, $465,020. In November, $457,872. In December, it's $527,509. In January, $495,192. In February, $64,000. And in March, it was $386. Right? The total for the year of 2021 contribution collected was $5,759,662. And the total benefit paid out during that year was $8,292,430. So it's clear from two that in actual fact we're paying out more than what we're collecting.
Can you state the difference into the record?
It's over 2 million, or close to 2 million.
Okay, let.
2 million, for the record, it's $2,536,761.
Okay, thank you. That's the annual deficit.
That was last year.
For last year.
That's not the deficit, you know. That is just
For last
pension
year.
and contribution.
Difference for last year.
Yes.
Yeah, but you said deficit. Not,
I mean, for that.
For those two
areas.
Yes, you're
Thank
correct.
you.
Right.
For every one person collecting pension, 6 persons need to pay into the fund is our understanding. Is that correct? And can you please explain?
The ideal position would be 6-1, meaning that if you got 6 people paying and 1 person drawing the pension, the contribution they collect from a 6th person in total will be enough to take care of that. so you won't have this kind of difference. Now, it's important as well too, because take for instance, you have an individual who receive the minimum pension. It's 333. I'm going to bring it to months so as to compare apples to apples. $333 per month, even though we don't pay per month, right? And for an individual that is paying their contribution at the maximum, the total contribution we would receive from the employee and employer would be $360. So if you take things into perspective, you will find that I'm paying at the maximum, and you're receiving at the minimum, and you only have just about $37, less than $27 for sparing. So that's why you would need those more people contributing for each pensioner. And currently right now, it's less than 2 to 1. So we got about 1,127 pensioners, and we have 1,980 something contributors. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And would those persons would also be required to be paid at that rate? Or would we need to increase the rate as it stands now?
No, it doesn't matter. It
Doesn't
would
matter.
vary. You will have some penny maximum, some penny minimum, but it's a pool of resources that you will have. So you're just enriching the pool, so to speak. So you will have, through the spectrum, people contributing at different rates based on the salary. But by having more people contributing, you will take care of your pensioners.
One follow-up. I have a follow-up. Talking about the rate. Of course, we have heard discussion about increasing the rates.
Yeah.
Well, we have heard about increasing the rates. Can you talk about the rates? Is it that we are collecting at a rate which is not paying for the cost of running the business at the moment? And can you comment on that?
You're absolutely correct. We are collecting. Montserrat, I think, is about the second lowest in the OECS. Even next to Antigua, they are 14% and they're climbing. So being at 9% is very low, and it shows that it just cannot maintain the rate at which you're paying out. The thing you got to bear in mind as well, too, Montserrat is an aging population, right? As well as the fact that a lot of our pensioners do not reside on island. So even if you put in a deterrent factor for, say, you're going to lose 30% of what you would get as a pension, and if you were to even move that to 45%, people living outside of Montserrat, that would not bother them that much, because they're working, they're still getting assistance where they are, and they're getting something. Remember that most of these people would have migrated in 1997. But before then, they would have paid enough to earn them a pension. And a high percentage of them are claiming that pension now, even though they have not contributed for over 20-something years. So you could imagine with the big population, all those persons, we would probably get work, everybody will be contributing. You don't have a big population, less people contribute to the fund, but at the same time, people are getting older.
I have another follow-up on that bit of enlightenment. How long, given the smaller population as well, if you can think of that as well when I ask you this question, how long have we been operating at the 9% rate, which is below, I just say, the the cost of operating this fund? How long has this been going on?
From 2010 to present. 2004 to present.
Can you embellish those details into the record? I want to hear it from you, what has been going on.
We started the 1st of July 1986. So from the 1st of July 1986 to February 1995, the contribution rate was only 6%. 3 by the employer, 3 by the employee. In March of 1995 to January of 2004, it changed to 7.5. 3% by the employee and 4.5% by the employer. In 2004, February 2004 to December, well, to present, is 4 and 5. That is 9%. So it started, 9% started in 2004, and it have not yet changed. The ceiling have changed, because when it first started in July 1996, the ceiling was only $1,300 per month. So you would only pay 6% and $1,300. In March 1995 to January 2004, the ceiling was $2,600. February 2004 to December 2009, the ceiling was $3,510 per month. And in January 2010 to present, the ceiling is $4,000.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Chair, between 1986 and 2004, you're saying that the rate was okay to cover, plus we had the population. And you're saying that from 2004 to current, at the 9%, we have been contributing a rate which was not sufficient to carry the cost of Social Security.
Not necessarily just rate, but we have been not contributing enough, because as you rightfully say, from 86 to 2004, we had, not to 1997, we had plenty of people. So in actual fact, even at 9%, they were still making enough, because we didn't have that much pensioners to it. You gotta bear this in mind. But after that, as people are coming of pension age, you are increasing that number, whilst we decrease it significantly in 1997. So it's a double whammy, so to speak, where you have less people paying and more people collected.
Thank you for highlighting those factors. Back to you.
Director, as you explained, in general, there's for every one person who's receiving a pension, it would be ideal to have 6 persons paying to the fund. Some time ago, I think it was months, or perhaps last year, when I asked about that, it was at 2.5 to 1. I just heard you said it's now less than 2. So assuming it was 2, somewhere close to 2, 1 point something close to 2, I'm just assuming we are talking about needing 3 times as much as what we have now in terms of contribution into the fund. I don't think there's anybody in here that can convince me that anytime soon the population will increase to that point. And even if it does, we'll have to be in a position to have most of those persons employed. My question to you is that, I know it's a little difficult question, but try your best and see how you could. But my question is, that 4, assuming, as I said, 1.9 somewhere there for the 2, and that other 4 that we do not have in terms of the population, Is there any recommendations, suggestions, thought process as to how that could be covered? I know I've heard of increase in contribution rates, but we could only, we reach a point where it's only that much you can put on the few people that left. So I'm just wondering if there's any other considerations to make up for that.
Well, the 4 recommendations that we submitted to government would help making funds somewhat sustainable. Because when you look at the root problem that we have, it's numbers. Now, if you could get injection of funds to make up those numbers shortfall, in other words, you will have like more people paying even than they're paying, that is the government who could probably make that injection, you will level the playing field, so to speak. Also, if you're looking at it in a holistic fashion, you got to take into consideration that if you pour water into the top by your 1-inch hole, but at the bottom you got a 10-inch hole, no water will remain in the bucket, and that's a given. So pensioners is the problem, and especially people who are still working and drawing a pension. And let me just try and highlight that with an example. I have an individual that contributed for 32 years. We are, 25th, so you almost the whole duration of the fund. And the contribution that the fund would have received, both from the employer and employee, would amount to $83,445.90. So in 32 years, that's what a person would have contributed. That person took early pension, not in this, the full pension, early pension. So in other words, a reduced pension for 4 years and 22 days. And in that 4 years and 22 days, that person will receive or had received $75,825.62. Now that person is still working in the same job. So remember when you go on pension, I don't get any contribution from you. But a person still in any job would have deprived Social Security of $10,880 for the 4 years and 22 days. So in actual fact, in 4 years and 20 days, if you take everything into totality, that person would have eroded all the contribution that he would have made in 32 years. So you give me something for 32 years, and you only take your 4 years or 22 days if you were to totalize these numbers.
Okay, I'm taking it from you that what I'm hearing you say in terms of other considerations, let me see if I get it right. You're saying, you're suggesting a possible injection of funds from government. You're also saying that, for the example you just gave last, that it may not be prudent to have the person continue receiving the pension, continue working, unless the person choose to make contribution, or it best to allow someone else the opportunity who can make a contribution into the fund. That's what I got from what you're saying.
I would put it exactly like that.
Well, would you give me some clarity on that, please?
I will say to you that if the person is working still, that person makes some contribution, and he will get the full pension or whatever the case might be.
Okay, so if the person continue work, you're suggesting the person continue to make the contribution.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm happy that I got that one right. Chair should, yes, get the government injection. That one is taken into the record. Injection of funds from the government. I'll move on and give way to Honorable Dorset Hector.
Thank you. Just for records, what is the current number of pensioners?
It changes on a daily basis, so to speak. The last time we checked, it was 1,131 pensioners, and that was the end of June. I could assure you, I could bet anything that that figure would change. Because people are turning the age of 60 on a daily basis.
Do you all do forecasts in terms of how many persons we expect in a number of years?
We do, yes, for charters, but pension, remember that most people who would be pensionable now are those who have left the island, right? So we would forecast for them, and we know that they should get a pension, but we also use historical data to guide us as well. And what we found is that even though 10 people or 100 people might be turning the age of pensionable age during the course of this calendar year or fiscal year, only a percentage of them would actually apply. So until they applied, we basically can't do anything like that. As well as when you look at pension and we take it even more in depth, you would find that because a high number of our pensioners are living off island, we want to be able to get the life certificate every 6 months. Because if you pay money to a bank account and the person was die, and then the person, you go take a long time to get the money, right? So we have persons who we have suspended their pension. Now, they have earned that pension. They were receiving that pension. But because we did not know if they are alive or dead, we put a hold on the pension. Historical data was showing us that most times it's like Christmas or St. Patrick, every second year they will come. And when they do come, they come into the office, tell a teacher and so forth that, see me, I'm alive. But then you have to go and back pay. Some cases we get like $40,000 we have back pay. Because it depends on the person's pension amount and the length of time.
Thank you, Mr. Scotland. You could turn your mic off and remain with us. And Ms. Lewis, you may step down, but you could come back from time to time to assist. The Public Accounts Committee at this time called the Investment Manager of Social Security Fund, Ms. Jasmine Taylor. Good morning, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, all.
Hold on. Hold on. Issue. The Auditor General's report states that the investment portfolio is poorly diversified and returns are too low. Contrary to best practice and to the Montserrat Social Security Fund investment policy, the portfolio has been heavily concentrated in low yield and short-term assets, which are unable to achieve the rate of return needed to pay benefits. The Social Security building represents a large portion of the portfolio. Question from Honorable Hogan.
Ms. Taylor, thank you for coming. Can you give this committee an idea as to what is involved in the investment process or processes that you follow?
Okay, just for clarity, before I begin, the Social Security building is not listed as an investment property. It is listed as fixed assets, so we do not consider it investment. Well, all of it, if I should say, the section that we occupy is fixed assets. Some of you will know that the other area is rented, so that part is considered investment property. So not, the entire building is not investment, classified as investment. Okay, so the fund has gone through, the investment portfolio of the fund has gone through some tumultuous times. In 2009, if we go that far back, at that time, we did not have a investment manager, but I think that was the reason why the investment manager position was instituted, where the fund lost over $14 million with the investments with British American and CLECO. To date, of that $4 million, we have only recovered about $588,000 of that $14 million, okay? So I could give you.
Just for clarity, are you saying 14 million or?
14 million, yes. Okay, that information is available, okay. So Mr. Hogan, you asked about the process of investment. So there is constituted within the regulations of the fund is an investment committee that is headed by the chairperson of the board. And that I think along with 4 other members of the board, including the director. As the investment manager, it's my responsibility to bring investments, viable investments to the fund based on the investment policy that I think you got a copy of, okay? In the investment policy, it sets out the rates that we allow to, investment ratings that we allow to invest in, and it also the classes of investments that we are allowed to invest in. If I must say, it has been very difficult as the investment manager to manage the classes of investment because of the position of the fund. I want to add here as well, I think it's been well over 10 years since I've had new monies to invest, new monies in that excess monies that you give to someone to invest. So what we've been trying to do over the last 10 years or so is to manage what we have in the portfolio, trying to realign the portfolio with the investment policy, and it has been difficult. Because of the need for the fund to have ready cash available to augment the contribution income. I heard Mr. Scotland so ably said to you the situation with the contribution income not being sufficient to pay or to meet all the demands, the obligations of the fund. It's the investment income has been used to augment that. So it is necessary for us to have quite a bit of funds in cash so that we can have readily available cash when it is necessary. At the moment, we are using about $225,000 of, or sometimes more, of investment income per month to augment contribution incomes to pay pensions and other expenses. Okay, so that talks about why we have so much investments in cash. The process is simple. I would seek investments from all of our sources. We collaborate with local institutions, Credit Union, the Bank of Montserrat. We look for investments with the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange, you know, general investments, and I would take my due diligence work to the investment committee, and they would decide whether or not it's something that the fund is willing to invest in. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yes, very, very good. Thank you
Okay.
very much. That was very good. You mentioned policy a couple of times. There was a follow-up. Are you happy that the policy allows you the scope to do your due diligence and investigations and reporting?
It's a good question. Our policy is pretty flexible. When speaking with my colleagues in the other OECS countries, their policies are very rigid in terms of local investments. We don't have that in our policy. We are allowed to seek investments so that we can get the best returns possible. And I think it is, the policy is a good one. It does allow us the scope. It is up for revisiting every year. We've done that. We haven't done it this year, but we did that 2020 or 2019, I think. 2019 was the last time we visited the investment policy and made some adjustments. In terms of the asset allocation, the asset allocation that is in the policy is the ideal one. It's the one that would ensure that the fund maximizes its returns. We are not there at the moment because I said of the situation that we are in. But in fact, it is what we should be aspiring to. We could tweak it as we go along to fit the situation of the fund, but I don't think it's necessary once all the key players understand that it's what we should be aspiring to, but it's not where we are at the moment because of the situation that we are in.
Thank you for that. I'll let my other members continue.
Ms. Taylor, can you give a comparison of the returns the fund received on investment between the 7th actual report and the 8th actual report, and a comparison with what it received since that, after the 8th actual? So is a comparison of what it would have received during the between the 7th and the 8th?
Mm-hmm. I understand the question.
Okay, right, good.
But I do not have that information to hand because the 7th would have been in what year, Mrs. Scotland?
3 years.
Yes, so I would have to go back some time to get that information to you.
Let me see if I could help. When I say between the 7th, in other words, the report that we have here, the 8th, would have given you an idea of what happened from the 7th to the time of the report. So since that report, you would have done some investments and have some returns after that. So you don't have to be exact. I just want to have an idea if it's doing better.
Well, you could ask me that. To be honest with you, I have not computed the figures myself. Derek would have had some information in his actual report. But what I can tell you, for the last 3 years, there's been a significant decrease in the investment portfolio. I can give you some figures. About 3 years ago, the portfolio was about 23 million. I will submit accurate figures to Mrs. Baker when I get back to the office. Presently, we are at 14 million. That is as at May 2021. And as I said, that is because investment income has been heavily dependent on to augment contribution income to pay and to meet the obligations of the fund.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. 3 years ago, what year are we talking about?
Let me give you figures. I can give you figures. So I mean,
And
let's
you
say
also-
2018. I could give you 2018. Let me. Okay, so it's a bit higher, and that makes it even worse. Sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to find for you.
Yeah, just to hold the ear, as you know, oral evidence is first-class evidence, so we do hope you can follow up with the written summary evidence. But if you do have the data that you can read into the record now, that will be best.
Okay. 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 You wanted the income received from the portfolio, that's what you're speaking of, or you wanted the size of the portfolio, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and have an idea, get an idea as to between the period up to the point of the 8th actual report, what the fund was doing then in terms of returns, and
Okay.
then...
All right, so it's in terms of returns.
Right.
Okay. All right, so in terms of returns, 2018, we're looking at about $1.1 million in returns, 1.1 million, yes.
Was that a reflection of a period between, say...
That's from 2018, that's June 2018.
June 2018, okay. And what figures do you have? Do you have the figures like for 2019, 2020, like that, or you have over a period of...
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you provide them?
Yes, 2019, we have 678,000. Between 2019 and 2020, the fund, we did quite a bit of soul searching and revamping how ways of increasing of investment income. So between 2020, that went up to 1.04 million. That is partly due to our rental income. That's something that that was strategic when we were building the building. We have since divested some of our monies with overseas fund manager who invests in the American stock market. So that helps. So as you can see the trend, we moved from 1.1 in 2018. We went down to 678,000 in 2019, and we are back up in 2020 to 1.04. So we are moving back to, I think that's the period of the 7th actuarial review.
Yes, that answers my question. I have a follow-up question. The Social Security investment, as taken from the actual report, the Social Security investment is guided by the Statement of Investment Policy, which I think you alluded to earlier, and procedures, which was last approved in 2012. Correct me if that is not so. On page 12 of the 8th actual report, table 1.4, compared acceptable ranges found for the SIP, as it's referred to, the Statement of Investment Policy and Procedures. In that table, as shown, holdings of deposits is well outside the desired investment policy's strategic asset allocations. There are significant differences between the actuals and the targeted asset mix. What steps have been taken to review the desired mix in the investment policy in line with prevailing investment opportunities and balance investments to achieve a more diversified and lower risk portfolio as recommended by the actuarial report?
Mr. Chair, you had a mouthful there. I'm trying to take it little by little. First of all, I did mention that the investment committee reviewed the...
Sorry to stop you, but do you have the table I'm referring to?
I do.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
The investment committee did review and amend parts of the investment policy statement in 2019. That was ratified by the Board of Directors as well.
19.
That was done. The table that you were referring to, that was also reviewed, and significant, very minor changes were made to it. I alluded to earlier that we understand that the portfolio is not in alignment with the recommended asset allocation. As I said, this is the asset allocation that will be ideal to maximize funds for the fund, for the Social Security Fund. But given the position we are in, as I mentioned before, and the need to have the ready cash, and it is difficult for us to get the portfolio in alignment with the recommendation in the policy. If the idea behind us having a part of the portfolio invested in an overseas portfolio where we have stocks and equity and bonds, is that we have the option of buying and selling so that we can have cash available. And that also helps to diversify the portfolio. Initially, when we were looking at the portfolio, you know, in the region, equities are very difficult to purchase. So that's the reason. Because what we found was that we were heavily low in our equity area of the portfolio. So we were trying to get, as I said, trying to get ourselves in alignment with the policy. And as I said, it's very difficult when you don't have fresh or new money to invest, because what you're doing is that you're waiting until what you have in your portfolio matures to kind of figure it out and try to align yourself with the policy. So it's very difficult to do when there is not a lot of fresh or, you know, new money is coming in for you to kind of have, you know, the leeway to do certain things with.
right?
For the record, Mr. Chair, if I might follow up on that before I move to my question. Do you have a, you're there for me?
Go ahead, it's okay.
Oh,
I'm before you.
I thought he covered the question.
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, go. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You speak of the recommendations of the policy. When you speak of that, you're also speaking of the advice given by the actuary in his 7th report. I just want to be clear.
Yes, I am sure that the board, the investment committee, along with the board, took into consideration the actuarial recommendations when they were reviewing the investment policy statement. When the initial investment policy statement was done in collaboration with Mr. Osborne as well. He was our actuary at that time. But I am confident that the board members took into consideration the recommendations from Mr. Osborne when reviewing and updating the policy. I'm not quite sure if I answered your question.
Are you aware of what his advice? Can you tell the committee?
The
What
7th.
advice in the 7th report?
No.
You're not in a position
no,
to do that
no,
at
I'm
this
not.
time?
No.
Okay. So you won't be able to also say, if you're not aware of that, you won't be able to say what steps that were taken.
No, I'm not quite sure if any steps were taken in terms of the investment advice. Mr. Scotland might be in a better position to answer that question.
Okay, we have him back again shortly. You spoke a bit about the spread of your investments. Can you set out for us how your investments are allocated between the region and extra-region and local?
I know I didn't. I have that information, but I didn't bring it with me. But I can
Submit it?
give you a
Yes.
quick.
Yeah, are you familiar with this? May I pass this? May I pass this for you?
I have that, but I don't have a percentage, if that's what you were asking for, in terms of the
Okay, but
percentage.
you could summarize it. Better for you to. It's better for you to summarize it.
I have that. I think I have yes, I think I do. So in our portfolio, as at May 2021, we have regionally a portfolio of $15,272,226,000. There is 1.9 million invested regionally. Locally, we have about 5 million, and internationally, we have $8.05 million. That makes up the portfolio at the moment.
If you had, it sounds a little bit volatile to me, but if you had at least one bad investment after this rescue mission, would we be back in the same place where we are now?
One bad investment in terms of
Any one of these?
Well, most of our investments are cash, as you can tell. In terms of bad investments, I don't think for it to be bad, the institution would have to go bust. So especially Montserrat Cooperative Credit Union, that would have to go bust.
Something could happen.
Right. Yes, I would say so. If we have one bad investment, it could gravely affect the position of the fund. With the $8.8 million that we have in Shepherd, it's a combination of investments. It's a portfolio. It's a portfolio, so it's not a matter of one investment going bad in that portfolio. But as I said, locally, if there is an issue with an institution here, as in like the credit union, that could greatly affect the position of the fund.
I think you have answered my question already when you spoke about longer-term, higher-yielding investments because of the current situation. What is your view of the future of that? How do we go forward from here? That you'll be, what would need to happen for you to be able to be more robust about longer-term, higher-yield investments?
As the investment manager, my view is that as an investment manager, I would like to have quite a bit of money to be able to spread my wings. I think the ultimate solution to that question would be to be able to have excess funds to invest. As I said to you, at the moment, we're just going around in circles, waiting for investments to mature, to find better yielding investments, or, you know, investments where you're trying to match your risk with your return. So I think the only solution I see at the moment is a situation where the fund is operating where we are not in a deficit and where we can have some excess funds to invest in the long term.
Yeah, Ms. Taylor, I'm looking at the investment report of May 2021. I believe you have that before you. Can you guide me through this? I have a few questions. It wasn't too obvious to me as a layperson what the returns were on the international investment. By that I mean, I would have seen the interest rates for all the other ones and the maturity date for the others. I didn't see one for that. Is there any reason?
No, there's not a reason. The reason for that is because it is normally flexible. It is available. I can give it to you. Because of the volatility of the portfolio, there are bonds, there are equity, the rate changes from month to month because of the type of portfolio it is. As at May, I can give you the return on the portfolio held with Shepherd Security as at May is about 3.8%.
3.8%
Yes,
as of May. That would be on a.
That's for the monthly.
Oh, for the month. Okay,
for the
right.
month.
Okay, thanks for that.
As I said to you, it changes from month to month,
right?
Depending on the equities and you see the sales, the different, you know.
Yes, I need you to assist me again with if you go across the column under the same Shepherd Securities portfolio. April is showing 27,944,089 cents. In May is showing 26,562,000. 26,000.
That is yes.
Right. Let me go over it again.
Yeah.
In April is showing 27,944,089 cents, and then in May 26,562. Is that a reflection of your returns on the 8,057,773 by months? Is that a reflection?
That is actual income from interest and dividends from investments that you have within the portfolio. So that is a reflection of bonds that would have had their interest payments done or equities that you get dividends payable on. So that is a reflection of that.
Okay, there's something that caught my eye here. It's the Bank of Montserrat Limited investment. I think is amount of 1,418,727.08 cents. On demand, and it seems to be the lowest returns here. It's 0.75%, less than 1%. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, sure. We keep very limited amounts of money at the Bank of Montserrat. Before we were getting 1%, we're now getting 0.75%. That savings account is kept to use for the demand of funds to augment the payment of pensions and other benefits. That is why that is reading 1.4 million.
Anybody have a follow-up? We are, if you don't have a follow-up on that, I think I'm the next person.
Wait, let me just follow up.
If you have a follow-up on
Give her a chance.
if you have a follow-up on this thing, on this.
Oh yeah, we wanted to ask her to
If you could.
Should we ask her to
Are we-
name the portfolio into the record?
Or is it
Okay.
diverging too much?
Go.
Would you be,
Go
would you be kind enough to give us an idea of some of the portfolios that we are involved with so that the people know exactly how we invest in their funds, if you are so minded, if you're.
Okay, the portfolio is pretty straightforward. There is some regional securities that we have. We have some.
We actually want you to list them. Yes.
Yes, it's for the records.
For the records.
All right, so we have some shares. We have some shares with the Eastern Caribbean Home Mortgage Security that is in St. Kitts. We have some bonds with the government of Dominica, another bond with government of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have some shares in the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange, and we have a fixed deposit with First Citizens Limited in St. Lucia. In Montserrat, we have some funds kept with the St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union. We have a debenture with Montserrat Utilities Limited. There is also a housing loan with the government of Montserrat. We also have a government loan for a market project some time ago. And we have staff loan, that's where we offer staff different loans as part of their employment. With Shepherd Securities, I don't know if you want me to go through the list. As I said to you, it is a portfolio that where we buy and sell. So it's not something that is stagnant, not always the same. We negotiate, we buy and sell. So I'm not sure if you want me to go through where we have all of them at the moment. As I said, we have 30% of that portfolio is in international bonds. We have 20% in US equities, 15% in government bonds, 12% in corporate bonds, 8% in cash and cash equivalents, 8% in international equities, 6% in commodities, and 2% in emerging market equities. That's the 8.0 million that is in there with Shepherd Securities. That's how it is allocated at the moment.
Thank you. We would like to have that for records.
Will do,
please.
sure.
And to follow on, in terms of social security funds in the region, other organizations, do you have relationships with them? And the nature of the relationships, if any, exist?
As the investment manager, you mean?
No, it's 6.
One moment, please. We're just consulting. You want to go first? Ms. Taylor, we would allow the chair to give a question before, and then we will follow up. That may help the flow.
Yeah, Ms. Taylor, we actually had a question that you did answer, right? And I had a follow-up to it. So I just want to ask the follow-up at this point in time so that you can flow, and I don't want to bring you back afterwards. The question did speak about the investments, and I'm way aware that of the importance of the diversification of the investments and so forth, and you have spoken to some length to some of your challenges. I want to ask, however, because how well the investment is diversified is classified in some 4 criteria. So for the edification of the PAC, we want you to assist. It's across various assets, classes, across maturity dates, across different locations, and by issuer or underlying securities. The analysis by the actuarial report, or from the actual report, of the asset mix, with specific emphasis on the diversity, shows a few things, and I want to just outline them and ask a few questions. By asset class, general consistency is saying it's generally consistent with the short-term outlook for the fund, but could be given or could be giving up higher returns for investments with slightly longer terms than regular deposits. Do you have a comment on that as in terms of addressing that concern?
I agree with Mr. The actuary. If there are funds available and we have the ability to, I think we are cognizant of the fact that that's what needs to be done. But as I said, there are limitations. There are, factors that affect us having the ability to do that.
By issuer, it did specify low exposure to regional governments is good, but 29% of investments in St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union is high. Do you have a comment on that?
No, I do not. Except to say that our relationship with the St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union has been a very good one. We have not had any defaults. Our interest rates up until very lately have been decreased. Before we were having a wonderful relationship with credit union, getting 5% per annum. We weren't getting anywhere else. They have since in the last 2 years or so been decreased. It's a global situation. So I take what he says on board in terms of the exposure. But as I said, the relationship with the St. Patrick's Credit Union has always been a good one. And to be honest, we have experienced great losses other places where we've had to take losses on our principal, half of our principal being had a haircut on half of our principal. Another situation where with another regional government where we had to 7%, 6.5% reduction in the interest rate, and then the length of the bond has been extended to over 20 years. So I'm just saying all of that to say, when making decisions, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We have to kind of figure out what works for us best, and I think that's what the fund and the investment committee has been doing.
Are you able to state which investment you're referring to with this haircut?
Yes, there's one with the government of St. Kitts that we experienced a half haircut on the principal of our monies that we invested it with. The other one was the government of Dominica, where we experienced a 6.5% reduction in the initial interest rate.
Okay, having observed that, have there been any discussions amongst the investment committee about perhaps moving those, or is there a condition that prevent you from?
Yes, there are clauses that prevents us from, it's a bond. You have a tenure, a lifetime on it. So we accepted the position that they offered us at the time. The investment committee, along with the board, accepted the position that they offered because they counter-offered, because the bonds were in default for quite some years, and they counteracted and came back with an offer, and the board accepted the offer. So we are now, over the last 6-7 years, have been receiving regular payments on the new arrangement. There has been any default, so I think the board and the investment committee are quite happy there. I mean, at the end of the day, we have already lost the initial investment. There's nothing we can do about that, but now we are in a good position with both of the investments.
Okay, the final one on this is by maturity. It states that although the fund is currently running deficits, there is a heavy concentration in short-term deposits. Would you like to comment on that, provide some clarity for us?
I think I explained already the reason for the short-term, and hence the shortfall in cash and the need for investment income to support the contribution income. That is where we are at the moment.
Okay, next question by Honorable Dorset Hector.
We spoke about the investments in the region and internationally. In regards to other social security funds, do you have relationships regionally, and if so, what is the nature?
You mean, when you say relationships, do you mean investments or?
Investment relationships, yeah.
Yes. What we have been doing and doesn't have been doing is to look at some of the portfolio and see what is available. As we speak now, there is plan afoot to get some investment done through the World Bank. In other words, if I only got $1 million US to invest, I'm not going to get a high rate unless I probably live for a long period of time. But if I collaborate with the other social securities, they got billions of dollars reserves. They might put in $10 billion and get a high rate of interest, short time, and me putting my million, we get the same rate. So there's collaboration with the social securities through the OECS to join pool sources and do it. So that has been done.
Thank you very much.
Right, so basically that was the latter question on my sheet. But I wanted to ask a supplementary to it then, in this case. How is that working out for you? Are you getting good feedback in terms of possible joint investments with other funds in the region? And what does that spell for the future of our social security?
We have not joined in with the investment now because we just don't have the money to do that kind of investment, because you're going to have to remain more than a year. You're probably looking at about 5 years to get a decent rate of return. We have taken the decision that through the ECCB, I've spoken to a representative there who is dealing with this, because this initiative came by the ECCB. And he has indicated that whilst Montserrat might not be in a position now to join, the door is always open. But I don't know where we're going. I don't want to go and take up, say, $1 million or $2 million US when I know I need that money in short order to pay my pensioners. Because if we do that, it will simply mean that we don't have money to pay. Just like if we was to take the whole portfolio and even get 10%, which I know is not possible. That's only 1.5 million. 1.5 million can help my deficit at all to get out. So what we have to be looking at, and Jasmine need, is new money, where ideally a Social Security, the contribution collection would take care of the benefits. If we met that low end, and then other spare income like from investment returns and even excess contribution would then take care of the other expenses as well as leave some for investment.
One small supplementary. The average listener listening to you would have heard you say that this initiative with joint investment is an initiative of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. But they would want to ask you, what was preventing us from doing that before?
Before we have signed an MOU, I remember signing an MOU in Dominica, where they were talking about the OECS countries will pool resources. I think the downfall with that, it was just the getting it, working out, right? Because you will need an asset manager, then the cost will have to spread depending on how much you got invested, and a lot of simple little things. So the same people, same head of Social Securities, with other meetings, because we normally have meetings with ECCB, put the question to ECCB, couldn't we actually wanted to join them what investment they're doing, because they seem to be doing well, right? As opposed to Montserrat alone go, and Antigua go, and the post go, pool some of your resources. So you put together and you probably get about 10 million US or 15 million US. And then that will be invested. We will take point to identifying directors. We have to go, we have to be custodian of the funds. You know, it's not trade out and leave it out there. Some directors make decisions as to when to pull out, when to change, and so forth. So that, in a sense, is still ongoing. but I could tell you it's more, I say, readily available than way back when we signed that MOU. I will expect it to start in sometime this year.
Thank you, Mr. Scotland. And at this point in time, the PAC called forward the unions. So, Ms. Taylor, you can step down unless you want to assist your director. From time to time, you could come back.
One, two. It's okay now.
For the record, can each of you state your name and the capacity in which you are here today?
Good afternoon. Protocol already being established. I am Donelda Henry, current president of the Montserrat Nurses Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nyota Malkir, president of the Montserrat Civil Service Association.
Good afternoon. Jeanette Braid, vice president, Montserrat Nurses Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenda Daly. I'm the immediate past president of the Montserrat Nurses Association.
Yeah, thank you. And I take it that I ask a question and each of you may want to answer the question. So take turns in answering the question. So I'll start with Ms. Donelda Henry. The first question is from the chair. Can you please tell us what the implications are for your members if the fund no longer exists?
Good afternoon. The implication to the nurses would be the same as other civil servants, meaning that there will be no funds available when we reach the retirement age. So in that case, it will be a loss for us.
Thank you.
May I be allowed to give some background, please, before I get into the meat of my response?
You can.
It's okay.
Or should we have all the nurses and then you last? Everybody want to make a comment?
The other two nurses have a different, anything to add to what Ms. Henry just mentioned?
Nothing really different. We met and we spoke about all the implications in terms of what would happen when the Social Security Fund no longer exists. And we saw it as really grim. And because most of us, to include myself, have been around paying into this fund for a long time, and now recognizing that there may come a time when with all the contributions made from us, there'll be nothing. And so it is a grim picture we are seeing.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Mulcair.
Okay, so before I get into the meat of my response, I wanted to highlight some of the background which leads into what's happening now. Firstly, I would like to say, in 1986, when the fund was created, it was designed to cater for a population of 12,000 persons. Currently, there has been a vast economic downturn. We're now in 2021. An aging population of approximately 4,500. From that 4,500, we have persons contributing of only 9,000 plus, less than 2,000. And the masses of this 2,000 represents the public service. This means that our membership contributes greatly to the fund. I hear increases up to 15%. It is our membership who are expected to meet this 15% contribution. Also highlighted before, we have a declining population. We have school leavers who continue to leave Montserrat because of more or better job opportunities out there. I also want to highlight that the disposable income for our membership continues to decrease due to inflation, high cost, rent, food, petrol. It is the same membership who is expected to or face already exorbitant tax prices, whether it may be on salaries, importation of goods, etc. Our last salary increase was in April of 2017. That's approximately 4 years ago. And it has been highlighted more than once that there is no increase anywhere near in sight, which means that already on small salaries, despite inflation, we are expected to meet our financial debts. Membership is already up to their necks, to their maximum in financial debt, which means we are being asked to pay an additional percentage out of our already small and stretched salaries to meet this obligation. So, what does it mean for a membership? You're sending the membership into increased hardships, in some cases, poverty. You're asking the membership to suffer for the 14 million which was lost in investment. And the membership should not be made to suffer being the majority of contributors. I also hear the investment manager asking for fresh monies. And it seems as if the fresh monies are basically, as per the actuary, looking for only the persons to contribute. And we have to look at several ways of, should I say, redesigning the fund. to meet its current obligations.
Follow-up question. When you refer to redesigning the fund and looking at other means, and also you mentioned new funds for investment, etc., would you therefore say you agree with the actual report, or that aspect of the actual report that requests or suggests that government make an injection of funds into the, or monies into the fund?
I certainly do agree. Government of Montserrat currently offers subvention to many of its other statutory bodies, so it can do so in forms of subvention as well as invest funds into the Social Security so that the investment manager can also have a scope to divest and invest, find other investment portfolios.
Okay, Ms. Henry, you wish to add something?
Yes, please. I would just like to confirm with Ms. Taylor if she can give us a rough idea in terms of how much money would the government need to inject into the fund currently to make it feasible in terms of going forward.
I appreciate you wanting to get that knowledge. I think what happened, there's a table that indicated in the actual report what it ought to be, giving 3 scenarios. If you turn to that table, I don't know if do you have your report with you? Mr. Scotland, you have the report, right? I think that we will have the actuary speak to it later if we have our technical difficulties resolved. I think he will be next, so we'll get him to speak to that, because we do want to know also, he did specify some years by which you may make those injections, but we realize, as was mentioned by the president of the CSA, that many things have happened since 2018. We had the negative impacts of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, and we had the inflation. So he may have adjustments in terms of how early, and the amounts that need to be made. So I don't think that would be a question for Ms. Taylor.
Right. Thank you for the clarification.
I have a follow-up question.
Go right ahead.
I would, before we change the topic, President of CSA, I suspect you mean that proportionally the public servants in aggregate contribute a lot to the fund. So essentially, this process is very important for them more than anybody else in terms of saving the Social Security fund. I want to get from you a thinking as to how important you think this is for them, as opposed to how much their disposable income would be eroded. Of course, that is already in the record. How important is this exercise for them, in your opinion?
It is an important one. Like I said before, persons are already up to their necks in financial debt, mortgages, car loans. Think about it, the list can be as long as.
That is not the question. The question is about saving their pension or whatever other benefits they're getting.
Right, so I was getting to that. So I'm saying,
ones,
I was going on to say, yes, it is important because at this point in time, persons, the majority, they have expressed they don't have savings. So they're looking forward to having a Social Security pension when they do retire. So, for example, if I use ourselves here at the table who are already cash-strapped, don't have any savings. You're saying to us that we wouldn't be able to have a pension if we don't do anything now in order to save the fund. So we do have to look into measures in order to ensure, well, it may be to defer the payment of early pensions for persons who have not already received that. That is also an option, so that we can at least try in some effort to revive the fund.
May I ask you a follow-up question? And perhaps you don't have the data, but we would like to, if you could submit it, hard data as to how many of your civil servants would be affected in that they are eligible for age pension at some point, age grant. The Social Security pointed out the list this morning. In survivors, sickness, maternity, do they use the injury benefit scheme? Do they use the medical expenses and injury benefit scheme? And do you have the numbers as to how many would be affected if those services are impacted? If you don't have it now, we could take it as writing evidence.
Off the bat, I will tell you 100%, because everybody's eligible to Social Security. We all pay Social Security contributions. There's nobody who is exempted from paying Social Security contributions. So the only thing I would say is, when I spoke about the redesign earlier, for example, I use my hand to conduct my duty, and for some reason I got a finger injured, and the doctor may have given me 2 weeks off from work. However, I don't have to incur any fees, but I can claim from Social Security. So when I say redesign, it's things like those that need to redesign, to cut out. So why am I home sitting, unable to tap into Social Security because I'm on sick leave, or the doctor would have filled out my Social Security form to say that I'm eligible to receive because I'm on sick leave? There are cases where some persons are off work because of the flu. The doctor gives you off because he or she would not want you to be in the workplace setting to spread the flu within the work environment, and you're sent home for a week. You can access Social Security benefits although you're home for a week, but there's no cost. You take a paracetamol, you take a vitamin C, but there's no additional cost to you. But you can still tap into Social Security. So when I say redesign, I'm speaking about those cases where you don't necessarily need to receive a payment, but redesign to meet needs such as an operation, cancer-related illnesses, maternity, as well as you can also redesign to, say, reduce a few or some of the percentages that you may receive in benefits. So when I say redesign, but we need to look at each. I think Ms. Lewis did highlight the various benefits we can receive from Social Security. We probably need to pick each one individually and redesign it to really suit, in order to ensure that the fund does survive and goes beyond 2025, because 2,000 persons really cannot sustain the fund in its current state. It certainly cannot.
One more question, because I'm still trying to get some numbers from you, really. How many public servants in the past year would have used sickness benefit, and how many would you say would have used medical expenses services? If you don't have the figure, that's what I'm saying.
No, that would be a figure I think Social Security would be able to provide.
And you don't have
Social Security, because
they don't send it to you?
They wouldn't make an application to us. They would make an application to Social Security. They would know out of the application what they receive, who are government workers and who are private employees. They don't submit those.
Would you think it's important for you to get that data from them on a monthly or quarterly basis, so you have an idea what is going on with your members in terms of their drawdown from Social Security, or not? What do you think going forward? Because this is probably part of the problem.
Do I think I need a drawdown? Not necessarily, but for in
let's
terms of
hear what the director is saying on that. Let me hear it.
Just to piggyback on what Naya just said about with the design, that have been done in some regard because no civil servant could claim sickness benefit and get paid. The regulation have changed that we pay the accountant general. So whilst in the past, as you already said, they could tap into it and still get a salary, they can't do it now. Even in the private sector, they can't do it because you have to take the form to your employer who signs it. And if you take in consideration labor laws, the labor laws say it differs to what you get for Social Security. So if I've been working for $1,000 and I get $600 from Social Security, I will allow to get $400 from my employer. I don't get two.
The additional question, is there a problem with a union or the government getting the data with respect to their employer, getting the data with respect to their what happened to the drawdown from Social Security of their employees?
No, that information is available and it's on the form, and we could share it. That's not true. Because the employer will sign the form. Even in government, I think some of the deputy governor office will sign a person's form. But unlike the private sector, the public sector get paid for maternity. Private sector does not get that. Because private sector fall fully under the labor laws. Whilst that section of the labor law is except for public source. Am I right, Mr. Wilson? Okay. Yeah. So we could share it if anybody so wishes. We could give them. That's not a problem.
Because I want to ask you a question that follows up on what you said.
Yeah.
Like, how long was it happening that public servants were getting their salary plus Social Security, what caused you to discover that?
I would say a long time before the adjustment was made. It probably was 16 something.
Yeah, 16, 17 years, yeah.
And it was a case where, as Mrs. Mulcair alluded to, you could go for flu, the doctor tell you stay home, and you get it. Especially civil servants, well, not especially them, but some of them, I could tell before 2017, if the wife come this month, I could guarantee the husband coming next month. And that's not a joke. So that was one of the reasons why we changed it. And also show that since that change, sickness benefit, bam, they don't even claim, because they're not getting the pay. Right?
2017 to when did this come into force?
2017, it came into force 2017.
And it was, how much years before that it was not?
All the time.
From 86?
All the time.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mrs. Mulcair, you strenuously shared with us the challenges that the membership would confront. And this perhaps is not a question for you, but I just want to thank you for that. And may the nurses may be more impacted with that, and you could possibly also say it is a question for government to ask itself, in that how would this impact us retaining current staffing levels in some areas, for example, where the nurses are already stretched And if persons find that, you know, why must I continue to invest in something that's going to fail? I may as well move on to greener pastures.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mrs. Secretary, for your question. During our discussions, that came out heavily because some persons were of the feeling that why should we continue to contribute to something that's going to fail? Why not end Social Security and give them back their money, let them invest it themselves? It came out heavily in the discussion when we had that in preparation for this meeting. And they expressed it heavily. If government is taking up my money every month and paying it into Social Security, and you're telling me in 2025 there's not going to be any fund and there is no rosy horizon to say that the population is going to increase, granting COVID, that the financial situation will improve, we can't really see that beyond the horizon. So that's one of the situations that came out strongly. They did express that. Yeah.
Yes, in discussion with the nurses, the same thing. Some nurses were saying, well, I've paid in almost 30 years of Social Security benefit, and now, soon to retire, there's going to be possibly no benefits for us. And also look at it, COVID is here now. What is the next pandemic? And because of COVID, a lot of persons lost their job, and not only that, a lot of persons have migrated, because nurses have migrated since then, taking up jobs elsewhere. And so the picture is really bleak in terms of what the future holds, because now we have one pandemic. Doesn't mean that in another 2 or 3 years there may be something else which may cause another crash in the economy and so on. So some persons were of the view, even myself, was thinking, well, why continue with this if in the future there's nothing for me? For me, in claiming from Social Security for all the years I've been working with Social Security, I can count on one hand how many times I've claimed from them, and it's not much. Right? So I have 5 fingers on one hand. So it's probably less than the 5 fingers I have on my one hand. But there are persons who would have collected continuously over the years. So it's a tough situation that we are looking at. And I believe that persons within government would have known about this a long time, because I don't think it just happened yesterday. This has been something that has been happening over time. And my question is, why now? Why has something not been done coming up to this time to even stop the blood flow? That's how I'd put it.
Okay. Do you think that government has a duty to?
Government has a duty of care with this. I'd say that.
I wouldn't say nothing was ever done, because remember that Social Security was, there was a couple of years ago, there was an intervention, and the DFID paid a lot of money into the fund and so on.
Right, yes.
So
I wanted to support and say, I wouldn't say the Social Security didn't do anything, because
yes.
I speak on behalf of the MCSA. Mr. Scotland has done several presentations within our general membership at general meetings. I have also made presentation on behalf of the Social Security through information to Mr. Scotland to the membership in terms of how they go about claiming when we saw what was happening to the fund. I'm not talking about 5 years ago. I'm talking about something like 2014, 13, 12. So I wouldn't say that they have not done anything. I think what the problem is that we only tend to react when things are at its bleakest point. It's sad to say, but it is so. And some measures has been taken, just that we need to make more measures in order to save the fund so that the membership is able to tap into it when it's mostly needed, which is at the age of retirement. Yeah?
I also wanted to make a comment lastly on this question of payout and go private. And I wondered if you would want to comment on it. because it seems to me we have discovered many reasons why the Social Security Fund has been eroded. And of course, one of them, just now we got 31 years from 1986 to 2017. Basically, funds were eroded by double dipping, that people were getting salaries, and that took 31 years to correct. So when people talk about payout, I don't know how it's going to work. So I wanted you to comment on the future in terms of us collectively realizing that it's more economical, more affordable for us to have a box hand, basically called Social Security, than to think that it's going to be cheaper to go private. Can you comment on that?
Your point is well taken. Social Security cannot change any laws. We could only make a recommendation, and if governments do not adhere to the recommendation being implemented, we can only talk, right? So we see something, the actuary see something, and we, the board members and management, say that could solve that problem. But if government don't implement it, it stays there and gets worse. So all what we're talking about here, as Nayota said earlier, it's been around for a long time. As you rightfully say, it takes 31 years to correct a problem. It wasn't brought to them just the day before they do it. It was there because this problem that we are facing now was highlighted in the 6th actuary report, the 7th actuary report, the 8th actuary report. The 9th is being done now, and it will be highlighted again. That, and each one got a gap of 3 years. So like 9 years, the same one recommendation have been going forward, nothing done. But now we are almost at the precipice where you have to do something or it dies.
Over to you, Chair. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you for your presentation to the members of the union representatives. And you may step down. Thank you also to Mr. Scotland for your ever continuous intervention. Stay with us, stay with us. Adrian, I just want to confirm that Mr. Osborne is back with us. Mr. Osborne, are you hearing us? Mr. Osborne, we did not get much of your first presentation.
Can you hear me?
We did not get much of your first presentation.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You were in the process of listing the 9 recommendations and also telling us why you think that government need to make an injection of monies into the funds, this even in addition to the 9 recommendations. Can you continue or can you start over? Yeah, Mr. Osborne, can you start over for the record so we could capture it? Because we didn't get much of what you were saying the first time around.
I would start over, but given the fact, yeah. Okay, so there's a delay. Okay, so what I will do, I will speak, and if you want to interject, let me know, so I can know exactly we're on the same time. So the question to me last about an hour ago was about the recommendations that were made in the 8th actuarial review, and that review was as of March 2018, and submitted to the board in 2019. Now, with the benefit of having listened to the last 2 hours of conversation, I want to first of all say that it's important that we get the context right. And the first thing is that I don't believe for a second that Social Security is going to fail or no longer exist. So any doubts that people have about them not getting a pension or they're contributing to a fund now that's a waste of time because nothing may come back, I think we have to dispel that as quickly as we possible and leave that there. Social Security is a very important part of Montserrat, a very, very important part of our society. It provides income replacement during times of lost income, right? But we have to remember that it's a part of Montserrat. And so it goes along with the economy and the labor market and the fortunes or misfortunes of the labor market and the economy, right? And even if the fund is depleted in 5 years' time, as has been projected, it does not mean that there'll be no money, because every year we can collect from the people who are working and the employers who are there a certain amount of money, and benefits can be paid. It may be smaller benefits, right? I don't believe forever that there will be no benefits paid from the fund. So back to context, and so the actuarial review is done every 3 years, as Mrs. Scotland mentioned a while ago. And the review, the actuary looks at the scheme, looks at the population, and tries to project the future under the current rules. And where there's a challenge or where there's a problem, we try to say, well, okay, what can we do to ensure that the sustainability of the fund is prolonged, and at the same time having benefits that are reasonable and affordable and equitable for those who are looking towards benefits. Now, in Montserrat's case right now, 90% of all benefits are paid for age pension, right? So almost every dollar spent is for one benefit. So changing sickness or maternity and so on, yes, it may help, but at the end of the day, age pension is where the focus is going to have to lie. The second thing is that to enhance sustainability, there's only two things you can do. You either increase income or you decrease your expenditure. Right? Income from contributions has to come from $6,000 today. My salary has increased, but my Social Security benefits have not changed. I've been paying the same money in, and I'm going to get the same money out. And so the ceiling increase was recommended for the purpose of relevance for higher paid people. So it's not a recommendation for sustainability, but one for relevance. The second recommendation was specifically for sustainability, and that is to increase the contribution rate from 9% to 11%. It was for a year ago, 2020. And then to adopt increases of 4 more percent. The law says that the longer you work, the more pension you get essentially. And the maximum is 60% in the law today. No one yet has earned 60% because we've only been around for 35 years. It takes 40 years to get to 60%. So the recommendation is to, before we get to 55%, let's cap the maximum 55% to reduce long-term costs and therefore enhance sustainability. So that recommendation will not bring in any extra money. It will not save any costs in the short term, but it will save costs in the long term. And that still stands as a very good recommendation that can be made in 2021. The fourth recommendation deals with age pensioners who opted for the early pension but still keep working. Right? So the director gave a very good example earlier of what happens when we have somebody who claims their pension. The law says they no longer contribute, but they still earn a pension and still make wages. Right? And the fund essentially loses from that. So the recommendation is to either prevent people who continue to work from getting a pension, or have some kind of threshold beyond which or below which they can still earn and get their pension. And that could be a dollar limit, or it could be a percent of their regular wages before they reach retirement age. The fifth recommendation was to increase the age at which reduced pensions are first payable. So if we go back a little bit in time, it used to be 60 for all pensions. we're gradually going to 65 for the normal pension, and age 60 is the age for first pension. This recommendation says, let's make 60, 62, or 63, right? Or possibly even 65. Anguilla and BVI, for example, only have one pension age, and that's 65. So there's no early pension in Anguilla and in the BVI. So this recommendation was to either to gradually eliminate the earlier reduced pensions and move towards a single pension age of 60. Number 6 says, if we keep the early retirement pension, then we can make the reduction factor larger, so the initial pension is smaller, so we actually save the fund some money by the person getting a smaller benefit. Now this has another implication in that when somebody comes to claim early and they realize that the pension is going to be reduced from, say, $1,000 to maybe $600, they might actually think twice about taking early and waiting until they get to age 64 or 65 to claim, right? So again, that recommendation was strictly for people who had the option and they had a choice between early and deferred, and hopefully would financially save the fund some money along the way. So those 5 recommendations were the main ones, or 6 were the main ones. The other 3 recommendations were not financial. Well, number 7 was about the age grant and the age formula, age bend formula being in sync. Minor recommendation, but it brings completeness. It brings those 2 benefits in line with one another: age benefit and age grant. No big financial consequence there. Number 8 was to review and update the investment policy statement. As the chair mentioned earlier, from quoting the review, it was reviewed back in 2012 at the time. We heard Ms. Taylor say that it was reviewed in 2019, I think it was, she said, which is good. And so they would have realigned the asset mix targets for the investments. And the final recommendation was to reduce admin costs. The cost of operating Social Security is very high. It's a small island, 2,000 contributors, but you have to have certain things in place to operate a good business, right? So you have to have a director, you have to have accounting, and so on and so forth. And so it's important that the scheme runs well. So the idea is to try and find ways to, as much as possible, reduce the operating cost to save some money. And I will pause there, and I will take any questions that there may be.
Question from the chair. Mr. Osborne, you did made in the actual report some suggestions that government would need to inject monies into the fund despite even if all the recommendations, or 9 recommendations, were implemented. My question to you, I want to refer you to scenario 1 of table 4.1 on page 32, where it is shown that in 2023 to 2025, government will be required to inject $2,500,000, and in 2026 to 2028, government need to inject $20,500,000, and in 2029 to 2030, another $26,800,000. 1, I want you to just please explain that for us, and 2, with the high inflation, a struggling economy, no salary increases, is it possible that to save the fund or to help save the fund, government might need to inject money into the fund much earlier than 2023?
No. May I ask you to repeat some of that? I missed the page number and the reference. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Okay then. Page number is page 32 in the actual report. Table is 4.1, and I'm making reference to scenario 1, the first scenario.
Right. So, right. What we have here is if nothing is done, based on projections from 3 years ago, there would be a sorry, there'd be a deficit that would start in 2025. Okay, so we're keeping 9.5% contribution rate. Sorry, yeah, we're keeping everything the same. And if if we're at that point in time and pensions are due and the money coming in is insufficient, money has to come from somewhere. And the only other source that we have available to us is the government of Montserrat. And so what this is saying is that over those 3 periods, as the deficits grow and contributions we assume remain flat, that government would have to put that amount of money in to allow the fund to maintain the same benefit promise that is being made today.
Okay. Okay, you explain scenario 1, where you're saying if nothing is done. Scenario 2, contribution rate increased to 11% in 2020, no minimum funding target. You're saying government would only need to, would you explain that, scenario 2?
Sure. So if we get more contributions from members and employers, it means the deficit will be smaller, and therefore the need for subvention from government would be smaller. And, and similarly for scenario number 3, which has the rate going to 12%, okay, the deficits will be smaller each year, and therefore the amount required from government would be larger.
Okay, yes, we are now in 2021, and you mentioned
However,
2020.
so in scenario 3,
for,
you will see the very
scenario
large,
2 and scenario
number
3,
in the final column.
and nothing has been done to this point. My question is it possible that government making an injection of money into the fund earlier than 2023 might be a possibility? Can you explain?
I missed the first half of your comment, but go ahead, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Yes. I'm saying you made reference in the scenarios if certain things were done by 2020. We are now in 2021. These things were not done. So I'm asking you, considering the possibility of government may need to make an injection of funds into the fund earlier than 2023. Can you speak to that?
Well, the short answer is the first time an injection is absolutely needed is when there's no money left in the fund. Right? As we heard from the investment manager earlier, there's money in deposits in credit union, in Bank of Montserrat, in St. Lucia. There's some monies in equities and bonds overseas, right? So we still have cash. So there's no need to absolutely government inject money very soon. However, recommendations that were made 6-9 years ago, because they weren't put in place 6-9 years ago, things have gotten worse, and therefore the requirements today to save the fund are more extreme. And so the longer we take to try and reduce the deficits, is the greater whatever has to be done will have to be done in the future. If government put money in now, it can be invested and hopefully earn 4 or 5% rate of return, and therefore reduce injections in the future, right? So the goal really should be to take actions as soon as possible to increase revenue, to reduce costs both in the short term and in the long term, right? So we can ensure that that people 20 years from now aren't paying rates of 20%, right? As I mentioned earlier, Barbados has been paying 18% for the last 15 years, right? And it may go up depending on how things go. So the goal should be to make changes as soon as possible, right? As recommended with the contribution rates and the reduced age pension and at the end of the day, there are three groups of people who are gonna who are affected. We have existing pensioners. They have already paid their contribution at a low rate. They're getting a benefit for life. We have people who are getting a pension and still working. And we have people who are working and hope for a pension in the future. The goal really has to be now to find a way to not burden any one particular group more or in a way that is detrimental to their own livelihood and the economy's livelihood. And so a shared approach, I think, is the best way to achieve that.
Mr. Osborne, may I take the opportunity to, while you are adjusting to hear my question, to compliment you on the tremendous amount of work that must have gone into this actuary report, the current one we are looking at, to have brought us to the table here to discuss this. As somebody says, we are on the precipice. Can you tell the committee whether the recommendations you have made were supposed to be done together? If they are not done together, will the fund be able to survive? And what will it take for the fund to survive? And then lastly, I hope you can make a note, at what point in time must these things be done? You got those questions?
I think so. But I'll start at the end. So in terms of when they should be done, it should be done as quickly as possible, right? We've been here before. These are outstanding recommendations for many years, and it only gets worse every day. And so ideally, things take a while. You have to draft amendments, has to go to cabinet, and has to be agreed by the minister. So I would say the latest that you should aim to make recommendations is January 1, 2022. That's the latest. If it could happen October 1st, even better. Right? In terms of what needs to be done, I think, can you repeat?
Before that, what will it take for the fund to survive? And that is in the context of whether all of the recommendations are supposed to be, he's gone. Okay.
So there's some things that Social Security board members, well, management first, so board members second, and the government third can control. There's some things you cannot control, right? The economy, we cannot control.
It's a multiple part
and
question,
so
but
one of the solutions
have to be answered together, I think. Because we want to be clear on the recommendations. If the 9 of them has to go together, if there are timelines for each one, and at what point they converge. If they're not done together, will we still survive? I mean, how much spread can we usefully do? And that will basically summarize the ultimate question of what will it take for the fund to survive. So if Derek is back now? I was just holding the ear there. I don't know if Derek got that. He can hear me, but we can't hear you. Okay, so Derek, you got the question, so you have time to think about it until we can hear you. But I understand we can't hear you yet. Now is the time for fiber. So we're talking about the final report of the 8th actual review of the Montserrat Social Security Fund. That was done in June 2019. And we are now considering those recommendations. And we have the direct input of the actuary, Mr. Derek Osborne, who is going to give us the crucial answer to the latter part of this hearing. Yes. Oh, yeah, we could try out the executive director.
In the absence of Derek, I could talk to some of the recommendations. Even though there was 9 recommendations put forward in the actual report, only 4 we are asking the government to implement. And the reason for that is, let's take them one by one, come from the back. Seek ways to reduce administrative costs. While I accept the fact that it might be high, it is reported as a ratio of how much your administration cost is compared to how much your contribution income. So even though my operating cost is consistent, if I'm collecting less contribution, it will show that it's going up, right? And thereby, if I collect more contribution and maintain a cost that's been limited, it's more steady, it will go down, right? So that don't have to do with anything to do with government. That's a board decision there. When you take recommendation number 8, that was
So
mine.
you're giving us the 4 you want them to implement.
Oh, you want just the 4?
Yeah, the 4 that you want, that you've asked the government to implement.
Yeah.
Or you want to go through all of them
Go through all of
and then tell us
yeah,
which 4?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Number 8 is talk about the investment policy and procedure. That again is a board matter, and it's being looked at. So government don't need to implement that. Reduce the formula, revise the formula for calculating age pension. When we did the age reform, that is to change the pension age from 60 to 65, the grant should have been calculated using the same age pension formula. That was never done. So what we're saying, do it now. And it doesn't matter of calculating the grant as opposed to anything else. You might find little savings, but it's that there is no saving for we talk about, right? 6, this is one that the government, we are asking the government to introduce, the early pension, especially for those people who live in half island, because so until 60 they get a pension, and basically this the number keep on climbing, right? So government is asked to look at that one in particular. 5, increase the age at which age pension are payable in the early pension. That 5 and 6 go hand in hand with regards to the recommendation we're asking government to look at. So we're saying, look at when you could get age pension, that is to say you might say you'll get down to 60, a year or 2 from now, you will get a 61, and then that way until you reach the year 65, which will put us back in a position that we were in when it was 60, right? Because nobody could get a pension for 60. 4, implement the maximum earning, limit to age pension, who contribute to work after they retire. In other words, we're asking government to look at that and basically tying 6 and 5 under 1 together as being 1. 3, reduce the maximum age invalidity pension percentage from 60 to 65. I think they touched that already. Basically, what we're saying that nobody is getting 55 now. It will take another couple of years before everybody will reach it. So implement that now. It will not have an impact in the short term, but in the long term, it would have the impact. 2, increase the rate. That's one recommendation we are going to look at. And 1, increase the ceiling from 4 to 4.5. That is taken off the table. The board didn't feel that it was the right time to do it. Because remember, if we increase the rate, and increase in Sydney, you have to pay both. One way for those persons at the high end, whilst the lower end will pay for the increases in contribution. So the 4 again is increase the contribution rate to 11% to 15. You go, first tranche is go to 11, and that's 1% increase by the employer and 1% increase by the employee. And you got a table that will show progressively increasing over a period of time to when you get 15%. And you may get 15%, it will be paid 8% by the employer and 7% by the employee. So we are saying that the employee would move from a 4% to a 7% over the period of time that government see fit. We are asking to get it done by 2026 because everything is pushed back. Then the old pension, we talk about gradually increase the age in which you take old pension.
Before you pass that one, go into detail on that one.
Which one? The first one?
The number 6, early pension and the penalty for taking it at 60 as opposed to 65. Go into details on that one.
The detail is similar to the one that I alluded to earlier, where you talk about one person contributing for 32 years and taking an early pension at the rate that was given at the time we took the early pension. It was 0.35, right? As opposed to 0.5 now. What we're saying, to prevent that from happening, 2 things have happened simultaneously. You would have to, if you're working still and a claim pension, you still contribute to the fund, whatever the contribution rate is, they do it. But a schedule of rate is there. Or if you leave the workplace, you get your pension, but then somebody else will take over that position. All right? The reason why we're saying raise the early pension penalty from 0.5, right, to 0.375, 0.75, is this should be used as a deterrent to tell people, well, hold on, you could wait and get your full pension and you wouldn't have to suffer this penalty. Alternatively, what we found in the past is that because these people are living off island, it doesn't matter to them. So I guarantee if I even change that to 0.9, people living off island will still claim. Because it's a top-up, so to speak.
Like a windfall.
Right, right.
So what do you suggest?
You also got some people on the island. So you can say for island and half island. So you put across the board and go with the actual recommendation, 0.75, right? And that will provide the deterrent for those half island and even for those who are on island and are still working to take it. Because when you look at it, if you take your full pension, in 3.5 years of receipt, your full pension, you have eroded all the contribution that you would have paid. And that's why we talk about investment. You straighten it out. You got more leverage by pooling the emphasis give it to you and go invest. Because if you go invest, when that's done, it finished. With this, you eat up all your contribution history, and you still get it. Because the scheme is a perpetual scheme, where the next generation pay for this generation, like me and you, well, it was barely you. We are paying for those who receive our pension now. But you'll soon go. Right? So, in other words, we, as Derek said, we're not going to shut down tomorrow morning if the money is there. Because we still collect and thing. Because Antigua, as point of reference. They have the system where it's a pay-as-you-go system. In other words, they have eroded all their reserves. So they have to wait till they get contribution to go and pay the benefits. But because they're bigger than us, economically otherwise, when they do collect their contribution, they got sufficient to pay. But because of COVID, you will find that you don't get paid until about a half after. But you would get paid.
Since we have Mr. Osborne's testimony basically in the report and in writing, we could get that in writing, the questions I asked. Can you answer that question? The one about when are these recommendations supposed to be done? Are they to be done together? Is that your, if they're not done together, will we still be able to survive? Can you have a phasing? What is your understanding of where we're going with that?
The recommendation that we've asked government to have a look at, it would be ideal if we get all of them implemented together. But at a town hall meeting, I raised a point that you could introduce some that are non-monetary case. Like for instance, the one for the maximum pension 55 that could be done tomorrow. Nobody will be affected at all, period. Then you could look at the early pension because, again, I said before that we are in an aging population. So daily, they go to a teacher department wanting a pension. So if you could put a bit of penalty, as we're suggesting, and raising age over a period of time, that could be done too, as well.
So you want all of these things to be done by
Those four
1st of January? The four things,
Yeah.
1st of January, as the actuary says, Mr. Osborne, by the 1st of January 2002, all four?
If we get our four by October, that would be great.
2022, sorry.
Yeah.
What did I say, 2002? I live in backwards?
Yeah, that'd be good. And I mean, one have to remember as well, if you implement all four at the same time, it will take a little while before Social Security would ever get back on sustainability, because again, it depends on numbers. Because you're going to fix it now, technically speaking, you're kicking the can down the road. So subside on the road, you're going back here until you get numbers, or until the government decide, well, we're going to tap it all the time.
Ready to come back to numbers and economy. I want to thank you very much for your frankness. Mr. As soon as the chair is ready, we'll move on. Well, thank you very much for your frankness. Those last few words you said about kicking the can down the road are very, very informative. For you still though, how many? One last question, because Derek is not here, so you're gonna get the brunt of the. How many people contributing at the current rates would have ensured sustainability? How many people would you need? Because you said about you need more population, you need more employees, basically. Have you done a forecast as to how many contributors you would need at the current rates?
Last year.
Your mic hasn't been on, so yeah.
I did a similar analysis last year by taking the amount of contribution that we were getting and saying how much contribution, and it was the easier one I did, right? How many people paying a maximum you will need to cover deficit per month, right? Now, if you take it by annual, if the deficit is 4 million, and you really want to take it easy, because, I mean, everybody not going to be at the maximum. But you basically divide the 4 million deficit by roughly how much a person would make in 1 year. So remember I said that earlier, $360 contribution per month. So it was 360 times 12 for one maximum person. And then divide that figure by the 4,000 to see how many people you would need at paying at the maximum. Unfortunately, I did not work with calculator.
Let's
No,
call your deputy, your operations officer with his calculator.
She's hungry. About that.
Yeah, the auditor come up with 925.
And they pay at the maximum.
Paying at the maximum.
Yeah.
So you could
We'll take care of
you could vary it a bit.
But that would then reduce if they increase the contribution rate.
Yes, with the new contributory rate you're talking,
less.
and with the proper salaries to make it maximum.
I don't know what salary is, but
But that is what you use, 360, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
maximum.
Right.
Yeah, I use a maximum person. It's easier because you got maximum. You got somebody work at $2,000, somebody work at $1,500. So let's use the maximum. So in other words, to answer your question about the jobs, I'm looking at every job getting 4,000.
Yes, that's what I want. That was my observation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarification for some, when you say paying at the maximum, what salary will you have to be at to reach the maximum?
$4,000 a month. And you would pay, between you and your employer, you will pay a total of $360.
Thank you for that. For the benefit of the members of the PAC that's following, I'm going to skip a few questions. So we are now moving to question 9. The purpose of skipping, we already covered them. No point going back through them. And we're going to go to 9. And the star of the show today is still the director, Kenneth Scotland. And we will be, let me read the issue. The Auditor General's report states that there is a decline in population, smaller workforce. The 2018 census showed a further decline in the population. Falling an aged population directly leads to reduced contributions to the Montserrat Social Security Fund revenues and sharp increases in spending on benefits and especially on pensions. First question from Honorable Hector.
Mr. Scotland, I think perhaps in some ways you would have answered, but just for reinforcement, what are the implications of the decline in population as it relates to the number of persons contributing to the fund?
Let me try to clear up something. I could get 50,000 people living in Montserrat tomorrow. If they're not working, they're not contributing to the fund. So is population increase with contributing, so it more or less to do with economic development, not just the number of people, right? It would enhance the fund because, again, with that, you will have more revenue. You would also have the ratio of pensioners to contributor decrease, or to increase, not decrease, to almost where you want it to be. Because if you look at what Marshall just told us just now, 900 something plus the 1900, you see that the ratio, because the pensioners would not have gone up at that point. So we need people who are working, so we need economic development. So it doesn't make sense to tell me the population increased to 7,000 and it's still 2,000 working, because that's the 2,000 I'm going to get. That's another problem. Yeah, precisely.
Mr. Chair, I have the next question, but I was wondering if the Auditor General will be happy if you could look at skipping some of these questions, because I believe we're going over.
We have already
the same
skipped
ground.
some of them. If
But
you
we just need to point it
if
out
you
so that she could put the answers there.
if you wish to ask your question, you can. If not, then I'll give you guidance going forward.
Yeah, give me guidance.
Yes. So to assist my colleague, we will permit the first two questions, because the second one is his. Is he do not wish to ask that one because he figured it's already answered. Honorable Hogan, you figured that question is already answered?
Yeah, 9-1, yes. Yes, Mr.
Two, actually.
9-2, yes, as well.
Okay, then we move to question 11. So we'll move to question 11. The issue: extensive use of paper and manual processes in build technologies on board. The committees and the staff of the Montserrat Social Security Fund continue to use paper widely. I stand corrected if that is not so. Accounting is done via software, but most aspects of operations, including the handling of contributions and the administration of benefits, remain heavily oriented towards manual processes, in-person transactions, physical meetings, physical payments, and paper forms. That's the issue. The first question will be asked by Honorable Claude Hogan.
Director? Yes. Thank you again. It's been a long day, but we have to complete the work of that the Constitution demands of us. The question is, as a follow-up to that issue, what was the fund's total cost of administration in the past year, example cash outflows, as a percentage of contributions received? And if you need a teacher to help you, I'll borrow her for you. From Social Security, yeah. Yeah, total admin cost. The issue is that they're saying the admin cost is high for the services you're providing.
But he says it's necessary.
And, well, you have to give us the facts. I know you say it's necessary, but we need the cash outflows as a percentage of contributions received. And then my colleagues will follow up so that we have the evidence to do the calculation, or the Auditor General will get it and ably advise us. If you prefer to submit it, no problem, or just speak to it again. Mr. Chair, your guidance.
Your mic wasn't on, so I'll have to repeat.
Sorry. The total admin cost for last year, covering the period April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021, was $1,541,388. That's the total admin. At the same time, if you look at contribution income, was just $5,759,662. So about 20%. Less than 20%. But as I explained earlier, and this is why me and Derek always have a disagreement, it's a percentage of a ratio. Because if I was to go through this, I quicker showing my point.
Yeah, I would like to know why the Auditor General thinks your 20% is too high. Can you explain that?
If you give me $1 for saving for you, and me tell you that my cost will be 20% of it, you wouldn't want to give me the dollar, right? It's not exactly like that, because even your 75 cents or 80 cents in the dollar, I will still have to pay you when you do a pension or a benefit. One would look at Social Security as an insurance while you're working and pension. Like a medical insurance while working and a pension after that. Yeah. So Derek Harper said, and he's not wrong, but you can't compare me to St. Kitts. They normally will say, oh, well, other states are 5%, but 5% in comparison to what? You're talking about billion, you're talking about what they collect for one little outstation and what they collect per year. So their rate will be less because this administration cost that they have is the same administration cost that they have. I'm the smallest of the whole OECS in Social Security. I got a total 12 staff, right? But when you look at the ratio as how they measure it, it's a ratio of your administrative expense compared to your contribution.
Right, and you're saying that because your contributions are much smaller, 20% is about the right percentage that expresses your needs at the moment. May I ask you a follow-up question then?
Yeah.
We worked out some figures a while ago that said you needed 952 more contributors at the highest level if we were to use the 925?
Yeah, 925.
925, sorry. I must be dyslexic. 925, if we were to implement the different arrangements suggested, you still need 925 people, so we are kicking the can down the road. Would the 20% that you're getting now...
Let me just interject. The 925 was for taking care of the deficit. If I was to... I'm projecting a deficit this year of 4.1 million. So if I was to say break even, I would need the 925 people to cover that deficit.
Right, so,
Am I
okay.
making myself clear?
Good, point of clarification, but the point still remains.
Yeah, yeah.
If you got this 925, or let's say, optimistically, you got 1,025 more people, would you need what percentage of the contributions? Have you calculated what your fixed cost of operation is as a percentage of contributions at the minimum? Is it going to be 20% of 5,007 up to the population or up to the increased contributors of 925? Would you need, what would you need more?
No, you're asking the question in a funny kind of way. If we get in 925, and let's not dwell too much on the 925, but if we get more contributors paying, and I was to tell you that that would erode my deficit position that I'm projecting this year, right? If those people were to pay me at the maximum, you would need no more from them. Everything will balance at that point. The administration cost would go down. The percentage, that's why it's written as a percentum as opposed to a dollar value. And let me show my part. You got administration costs all years, 2006, it was $765,000. And it goes on 696, 693. So it's the number, the dollar value is relatively constant. But what changes is the contribution.
Well, that's what I want you to say, is that your admin costs will be at a standstill. even if your contributions increase. That's
Correct.
Because we're trying to make sure you continue to exist. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Scotland, and I will continue with you. The issue at hand is, sure you're going to get through these ones pretty quickly, but the issue at hand, the Auditor General's report states that there is inadequate use of the website. The Munster Social Security Fund has a website with limited functionality and mostly outdated information, with little recent news. Munster Social Security Fund lags far behind other systems in the Caribbean in such areas as 1, provision of online accounts to contributors and beneficiaries, 2, online payments of contributions and or benefits, and 3, self-service mechanisms such as A, electronic pension calculators, and B, personal history of contributions and benefits. The first question will be asked by Mrs. Dorset Hector.
For the record, please state whether the fund is currently able to provide online services to its customers. Currently.
Yes, it depends on what. So
Well, tell us.
we do provide a limited amount of service online. People could submit, for instance, their life certificate online. They get forms, all the forms are online, right? But as it relates to like payment, accepted payment, the answer is no. And one got to be very careful as to how you value the as of no. It takes money to do these things, right? And the software that we're having is somewhat old. The other systems around the region seek to get new software that could facilitate some of these changes that we like to see happen. But at what cost? I could give a cost of like someplace like Anguilla. Anguilla spend $5 billion US. And yet the system is not what I want. Social security system that somebody could go off the shelf and purchase. It's a design-built system. And that was why the reason behind the majority of Social Security in the Caribbean having the same system was for the sharing of data and everything else. But now those are the bigger Social Security have moved on with regards to their system. We are still left with. So it's going to take a bit of time before we go say accept money panel and other facilities that we would like to see get done.
They seem to give me the hard questions to ask you, because now the question is, Mr. Scotland.
Yeah.
What steps have you taken, if any, to remedy this situation? Well, you don't need, if you can innovate in terms of the use of the website or internal capacity that could do certain other things that, there are activities listed here that once you're online.
One of the things, Honorable Hogan, that people who do report to us tend not to take into consideration. We have information that we receive from government in a spreadsheet. It's not computerized. I'll give it to us in a spreadsheet. We have information before we get the new software we got in a different version of software, mainly Fax Pro. So anybody applying for pension after 2006 when you get the software, the information will be just 2006, you get after the computer software. No problem. You don't need to go and check no else. But if a person is a government worker or beyond 2000, he was working beyond 2006, they got to go and pull that information from these spreadsheet and manual processes to then bring it back to NIMS. And in some cases, you can bring it back because NIMS deal with Mondays and weekly. The one from government does say this month.
Okay, supplementary. I get your point.
Yeah.
Can you request of your stakeholders to provide you with information in a particular form? Would that be a step you can take? So you said government is still giving you a hard copy?
No, I said government gave us all those persons who were working from 1986 to 2006 when they made the payments to those persons, bring them onto the system. And they gave the information in a spreadsheet. The ones that joined after 2006, that's not a problem because they give us remittance forms and we take the remittance form and that's what is done with our software.
Based on the information received, I shall forego my question at number 3. Honorable Veronica Dorset Hector will forego her question at number 4. Honorable Hogan, how do you stand at number 5?
I think I have to ask the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always give me the hard work.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the bad member. Customers currently pay by cash or check. To be clear, can they also pay online or via online banking or direct deposit?
They do direct deposit.
Answer into the record, please. They want to record what you say.
They do. We accept direct deposits, but they still will need to give us the information as to, because when you go to a bank, you go put in $5,000. We would not know that it's for Claude and Scotty and Mary and Jane. So you still need to submit that forms to us that we know that the $5,000 bounce back to those 5 people. Ideally, we would like to get to a point where everything is done online. So you upload the documents and then the payments will come. In some cases, what the systems do is that to prevent hacking and all kind of security features are built in, that it's a separate and apart system. So when you go online and present that there, it's there but not in your database as yet until some staff go and put it there. That will prevent people from saying, I upload to system or upload all kind of viruses and so forth. You got to be careful with that as well.
But you are moving in that direction and you're encouraging your stakeholders to provide the data to back up their payments online and electronically, taking account of the in-house security and the partitions. Right?
We're moving towards that, but I was honestly said not pretty fast.
I must tell you that this is going to be taken into account if you're going to get anybody to help you with financing Social Security, these administrative issues. And sometimes they count the pennies more than the dollars.
Yeah, true. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Issue. The Auditor General's report states that no statements are issued to contributors. The Montserrat Social Security Fund lacks an active marketing unit and has no direct proactive communication with most of its stakeholders. There is mostly passive receipt of information, of contributions, and of queries from stakeholders. One exception relates to delinquent employers. In this case, the Montserrat Social Security Fund's inspector routinely performs fieldwork and liaises with persons who are lagging in remitting their contributions and or their employees' contributions to Montserrat Social Security Fund. This will be your last question for a while, section. Mr. Scotland, and just so we have a few. We'll start with the Honorable Veronica Dorset Hector.
Mr. Scotland, what is the plan in terms of, based on what the Auditor General said, are you planning any directive proactive communication with your stakeholders? And is it necessary?
It's a recommendation that is seriously being looked at by the board. Case in point, we don't have information as to how to locate these individuals. So even if you got a statement, you can't send it to nobody unless I'm going to send it to Southern, Kingsale, and so forth, right? The only time we get information on persons' whereabouts is when we get a life certificate or they get in contact with the office about something, namely pension, right? So whilst we got that facility already in-house, we tend not to do it because of the location, in being able to locate them. As well as we've got to remember it comes at a cost, because they're going to want paper. We could send probably email, because what we're doing now, we are looking at possible those. I give a typical example. We have pensioners, people who are receiving pension as far back as 2015, who have not submitted life certificate. But we don't know how to get in touch with them, because we don't have no way. And the board is saying, well, okay, we have to look at different strategies to locate these people. The ones that are, that's not a problem, because we can find them. But the one, remember, you're paying to a bank account, right? And we don't know. And if you're talking about statements, don't think for a moment that is only 2,000 people. It's for the statement for everybody that ever contributed to Social Security from the time it inception to now. So you could look at about 7,000, 8,000 people that need thing. And yeah, it could be done. It is being looked at, and that's the best answer I give a respondent.
You forgo your class?
Yes.
No.
Yes, so next question 3. Or question, which one are you asking?
Marketing. Mr. Scotland?
Yes.
Well, the actuary also spoke about active marketing unit. Are any plans afoot for that? Because we're already speaking of administrative costs.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because all these things are good things. They will enhance what we do, but all these things come at a cost. I'm here now fighting for survival of the fund. I'm on a deficit I'm projecting a deficit this year of $4 million. Marking is not going to be a cent, but at least it would tell those persons this is what's happened. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to increase the usage of our website to make it more relevant and more up to date. So whilst all these recommendations are good, they've been looked at, so they're not a document that is sent to us and it's put on a shelf and forget it. They've been looked at, and constantly we give them updates as to where we are with some of the recommendations. But some recommendation would take a bit more time than others, especially when it comes to administrative costs and costs as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Scotland. At this time, we would call Mull, a representative of Mull. Okay, Mull is a no-show. At this time, we call a representative of the government, the Financial Secretary acting. Financial Secretary acting is a no-show. At this time, we call Chamber of Commerce representative. Chamber of Commerce representative is a no-show. Do we have Derek back with us again? No, they were here and leave. Okay, we think we're going to wrap up with Derek. We will move to question 14, sorry. I think that's Claude for question 14. I'm going to state the issue if Derek can hear. The Auditor General's report states that there is a rapid increase in persons choosing early pension since the Cabinet amended the Social Security Act in 2016 to introduce the option of reduced pension as early as the claimant's 60th birthday. Large numbers of persons have claimed pensions benefits years ahead of the age for standard benefit. I think we would have covered this partially before, but Derek, first question to you from Honorable Hogan.
What he said, Chair, seem to be still having some technical difficulties, but I was wondering if, given that this question asks for statistics, if this can be collected afterwards. It's a question about new pensioners added to the fund in the past year, so we can have the submission afterwards, just to speed it along. So I wouldn't bother to ask that question. And the next question might also apply. There are statistical issues, that is.
Yes, so we'll move to question 15, Derek. The Auditor General's report states that there is a heavy reliance on the reserves over the past several years. Revenues and actual collections have been below expectations, and in any case, even the projected amounts are inadequate to meet the fund's total recurring spending needs. Hence, the Montserrat Social Security Fund has already passed a number of critical warning points. A, firstly, when benefits paid exceeding contributions received. B, next, when benefits paid exceeding contributions plus income from investments. And C, currently, where reserves have to be used every month to cover payments of current benefits. In these circumstances, the Montserrat Social Security Fund cannot afford to pay any benefits to new claimants' pensioners. Derek, are you with us?
So, Chair, I think to ask the question, I was wondering if I could ask the
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Manager,
the question is to Derek, Mr. Hogan. The question is to Derek.
Yeah, but he's not available.
Yeah, he's on, I think, or about to come on.
But I was wondering if it didn't have that data already from her, the investment manager officer.
You had it. Oh, that's your question.
Yeah, my question was to ask for information that we have received already. So I'm saying we can move on. So we already got it from the.
So you move on to question 16. But first, we want to know if Derek is there. Is Derek there? Okay, Derek, we have some information already that would have actually come out of these questions. So we're going to move to question 16.
Yes, I am here, but it's a delay.
Issue? The report states there is inadequate funding for benefits to government employees, follow the retroactive addition of public servants to the fund the government agreed to, but then delayed the payments of its catch-up contributions. This is basically Well, it's basically saying that to all the civil servants who were retroactively added, especially to those who shortly afterwards elected to claim early pensions, it caused a triple financial strain on the fund. The challenge of suddenly handling many more beneficiaries, the escalating number and amount of pensions being paid years ahead of previous plan dates, not having the usual decades to invest contributions and to grow reserves before starting the payment of pensions. Question from Honorable Dorset Hector. First question to you, Derek.
The question is, what is the number or percentage of public sector contributors versus private sector contributors for the most recent year?
Okay, so I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question. At the end of the day, the number of contributors by employer would be, I guess, internally available. But I don't, as the external actuary, I don't consider the contributors as being government versus private. At the end of the day, the government back then made a decision to include public officers who were pensionable. And as far as I'm concerned, in our projections, they're contributing. They're no different from anybody else who has only worked in the private sector, because the rules are the same for them. And in terms of the number, they're a person, they're a contributor, and ultimately a pension.
Thank you for that. Actually, I don't think we need to ask you this question. Again, it's data that we have sufficient of, and we have some of it from Social Security this morning, and it's in the record. So we don't need you to talk about that one. We also spoke about the number of recommendations this morning. You want to go?
Yes. No, let us use Mr.
Osborne.
Right, while we have him.
Right.
I'll come back.
When you left, Derek, we actually were on this question of the 9 recommendations. Some of these recommendations are A, to read it into the record, the increase the wage ceiling to at least $4,500 per month, increase the contribution rate to 11% in 2020, and adopt a schedule of increases that would take the rate to at least 15% by 2025, reduce the maximum age invalidity pension percentage rate from 60% to 55% before 55% is attainable under the current schedule of accrual rates, implement a maximum earnings limit for aged pensioners who continue to work, which will result in their pension being suspended or reduced. This limit could be a flat dollar amount, a percentage of the wage ceiling, or a percentage of the wages the pensioner earned immediately prior to retirement. E, increase the age at which reduced age pensions are payable, or eliminate early reduced age pensions altogether. F, if reduced age pensions are retained, increase the reduction factors that apply from 0.5% per month to as much as 0.75% per month. Revise the formula for calculating average insurable earnings used for age grants to the one now in place for age benefit. And lastly, prepare for the possibility of making a cash injection into the Social Security Fund from the Consolidated Funds of Government of Montserrat. We have heard Mr. Scotland's perspective on these while you were absent, and I just wanted you to, in summary, tell us if government moves forward with more than one of these recommendations and does not inject funds into Social Security, will this alone prevent the fund from collapsing? The recommendations absent the government's injection.
Right. So, so the recommendations suggested will certainly, if adopted, let's say in 2022, will certainly push forward or push backward, I guess, the year that the fund would be depleted, right? So as opposed to 2026 or 2025, it might be 2 years later or 3 years later. But it won't fix the problem for much longer, right? If we put 15% in from next year, that may give us another 5, 6 years later on, I'm guessing, but it's probably going to give us more years, right? The more money we get upfront, and every single year, is the longer the fund will be able to sustain. But the problem we have right now is not really fixable, for lack of a better word, by trying to find an easy way or pick and choose of the options, right? The problem is demographics. The problem is we have fewer well, more pensioners growing at a faster rate than contributors. Okay? But that will change as because people left at 97, you know, those numbers are going to be turn 60. Then you're going to have a reduction, well, a slow rate of increase, right? But until we get there, we have to find a way to meet the current cost. And so, you know, the 4 recommendations that were highlighted at the meeting last week, there's some smaller ones that were not mentioned, age band, and so on. But certainly, I fully support the ones that were mentioned years ago. The age ceiling, I believe, could be deferred. That will increase the cost to the employers and the individual for the higher paid person, right? So the rate increase helps to fund. The ceiling increase will allow higher paid people to get more benefits, but they have to pay more contributions first, right? So I could defer. I'm okay with deferring them. But let's focus first of all on sustainability and equity. But certainly the other one should be done right away.
Basically echoing the sentiments of the director this morning, and you're saying let's focus on the rescue and then build out the sustainability.
Can you please?
I'm not
I
sure
can't
if
hear you
you,
too
if
well.
you had a proper answer about the timelines on the mainly 4 critical recommendations coming on stream. I'm not sure if you got a proper answer on whether all of those can be brought into force by 1st January 2022. And the 4 that Mr. Scotland pointed out when you were not here, and we want your opinion on it, are the early pension, in terms of the penalty move from 0.5 to 0.75%, the increase in age pension, the maximum earnings for pensioners, the reduced age pension, as you mentioned, and of course the rate increase and the ceiling should remain as it is, we are understanding. Now, tell us how that can be phased forward. I mean, is January 1st, 2020 might be the most optimistic given the administrative work, but what kind of, you know, possible time frame you're talking about to get the maximum return and maybe a minimum or something in between? What do you think?
Earlier, I heard you thank the director for his being frank with his comment to you before, and I'm going to be really frank as well. You know, because I have seen what happened in Antigua, what happened elsewhere when you just do nothing, and as he said, kick the can down the road. Right? The time has come now for us to really do this now, and talking, and postponing and hoping it'll get better, it's not going to happen, right? So I would say contribution rate increase. Um, January 1 gives employers and employees time to adjust, right? It's 1% on each side. That that can be January 1. I would say eliminate the early pension, if not right away, eliminate it. Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario for me, as for the best for the fund, is to eliminate the early pension right away, right away. If not, right away means January 1, right? It takes a while to get things done. So I don't assume that it can be done between now and January 1. Let's say January. In terms of the age pensioners who work, decision has to be made, I would say, right away. You're not allowed to earn more than, again, extreme would be anybody who's still working, still earning, has to pay full contributions, you no longer get a pension. That's extreme. It may be difficult to implement style on that. So I think some found on that one. Okay. In terms of the maximum age pension, I would say right away, 5%. Again, doesn't affect anybody just yet. January possible have implications there. So what I would suggest though is that between now to the end of August, we give a month, or based on discussions today and the town hall meeting questions comments last week, we finalize a specific list of recommendations, right? We fine tune them with details. So what you see here is a high level, what we discussed, a high level. Within those recommendations are going to be some specifics that, that need to be considered, right? And so, but at the end of the day, the goal has to be the contribution rate, reduce the number of people who qualify for pension before age 65, and and limit those who earn from keeping their full salary and a full pension. And January 1st, 2022 should be, should be the latest date for any change that's being considered.
Back to you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy for the record to reflect that you think January 1st, 2022 should be the latest date at which all of these recommendations should come into force. Thank you very much.
Honorable, can you please speak to the mic? I really can't hear you clearly. The mic is better than yours.
Oh, yes. To repeat what I just said, I said thank you very much for your intervention, and I note that the record will show that you have recommended that 1st January 2022 should be the end date at which all of the 4 critical recommendations recommended should be brought into force in Montserrat to save the Social Security. Is that right?
Uh, Mr. Osborne, did you get the last comment? It is really basically agreeing that 2022 January is the ideal point in time to implement the 4 recommendations.
Yes, I did. So my recommendation would be yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
At this time, the committee once again call representative of MUL come forward. Good afternoon. Could you state for the record your name and the capacity in which you're representing Montserrat Utilities Limited?
Okay. Dorrit Cameron, Human Resource Manager.
Ms. Cameron, the first question to you is from Honorable Hogan, and we have question 20.
Ms. Cameron, thank you very much for coming. Obviously, you take very important the future of your employees at MUL. My question is, can you please tell us a little about the importance of the Social Security Fund to your business and your employees?
Okay, so Montserrat Utilities Limited, we have a pension fund for all our employees. And with that, we supplement with the Social Security Fund. So the Social Security Fund is indeed a very important aspect of our retirement plan. And as such, we would really like to see the sustainability of this fund.
A follow-up in order for us to get an idea of the impact. I know that you know what you're talking about, but we need a little evidence about how much staff members you're talking about.
Okay, so apart from the government of Montserrat, Montserrat Utilities is the next largest employer on Montserrat. We have a workforce of about 69 permanent employees.
69, and you said that you get a supplement from the pension fund?
Right, so employees are enrolled in the Sagicor pension plan or with the now discontinued CLICO pension plan.
There are 8 services provided by Social Security. Are your staff members participating in anything else?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us one at a time which ones they're in?
I know that we have claimed employment injury benefit in the past. We've also claimed sickness benefit, maternity benefit. Those are some of the, sorry? A pension? Oh, yes, and yes, of course, the pension, yes.
And again, we have a little problem here with evidence because we will need the data, really.
Currently, I know we have on island, from about 2017, I know we have about 4 employees who went on to the pension plan. Yeah.
Can you, after this event, provide us with the take-up of Social Security services by your employees? You don't have to tell us now because you might not know now, but we need some numbers and what services they got from Social Security, say over the last year, April 1, 2020 to March 31, 2021. Numbers against the different services.
Okay, yeah.
Including the pension, of course.
Yes, we can provide that information.
All right. Yes, go ahead.
Question from the chair. Once the increase or the law is passed, that means that there's an increase in the contributions by the employees and the employers. Are you in a position to state whether or not your company would be in a position to make these additional contributions?
While I cannot commit to that directly, I think that's more a financial decision, a board decision. I can say, however, that Montserrat Utilities is a law-abiding entity, and whatever the regulations are as regards to that, our directors, our board of directors will definitely examine that situation in our best interest.
Next question from Honorable Dorset Hector.
You have already explained to us that you have a personal pension fund for you have already explained that you have MUL has a personal pension plan, but in addition you supplement that with the Social Security.
Yes.
Yes?
That's correct.
Now, do you think, well, we are encouraged not to move towards this whole idea that the fund will simply vanish. But the challenge about the fund continuing, as we would have heard, how do you think that would affect your staffing levels?
If I'm understanding the question clearly, are you suggesting that it will impact the retention of our employees?
What we're saying, what we're here to examine is the state of the fund, and
Mhm.
we're acknowledging that the fund is in dire straits.
Yes, we
So you
are.
would have considered that. How do your employers feel about if the fund were, I don't want to use the word as Mr. Osborne have already indicated to us, we need to dispel the whole idea that the fund will die.
Right.
So him having said that, but how are your workers feeling at this time about the state of the fund?
It's difficult to gauge that because we have not met as a group to, probably speak on the Social Security matter like you are now. But from comments I've heard, persons are indeed concerned about what will happen should the Social Security go under. And so it was indeed encouraging this afternoon to hear Mr. Osborne say that we should dispel that theory altogether.
Thank you. This is.
Okay, you're welcome.
I believe we now have a representative of the Chamber of Commerce, and at this point in time, the committee called that representative, Mrs. Joseph. Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for not arriving earlier, but I was following on the radio. And thank you very much for having us.
Right. Mrs. Joseph, can you state for the record your full name and the capacity in which you're here to represent the Chamber of Commerce?
Certainly. My name is Florence Griffith Joseph. I am the current president of the Montserrat Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Yes, you just heard the questions, and it would be a repeat.
Yes.
First question from Honorable Claude Hogan.
Thank you, Mrs. Joseph, for being here. Obviously, it reflects how serious you're taking your staff's future in respect of Social Security, and of course representing the other private sector employers on Montserrat.
Yes.
This morning we heard from unions, and some of them have met. Emil this afternoon said they haven't really had staff meetings on this question. Are you able to say, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, how important the Social Security Fund is to your membership?
It is vitally important. And we have had meetings. We had a meeting already with Mr. Scotland, and the concerns were raised at that meeting. Social Security is a fund, or the fund, I am sure everybody would agree, is a lifeline after you have retired. And so the fact that it is in a problematic state at the moment, as perceived by most persons, having heard, the rumors, you would imagine that, yes, we are very concerned. I would like to repeat what the previous person said, was that I was happy to hear one of the major fears dispelled, that it is not imminent that the fund is going to fold. But to answer your question, yes, we are very concerned.
Can you describe the items of concern? I guess you said you were listening, and there are 8 services, and what sort of impact would you say would have in terms of who would pick up the maternity leave, the medical leave costs, all of the other expenses, which obviously if there is no Social Security, the employer would have a bigger burden.
If there's no Social Security, I was assured that there would be Social Security. Is that?
How you think it can be done?
Let me state right up front that one of our major concerns was how would we pay in these trying times? 2021, 2022, 2023, we're not expected to come out of this situation until maybe 2024, I've been hearing. And I'm sure that it is common knowledge that businesses are not doing well. And so when we are hearing that there'll be increases from 9% to 11% to 14% and the percentages seem to be climbing, it is alarming for us, and we are not sure how we are going to pay any of these things. The other thing is the situation that we find ourselves on the other side with the labor laws. And as it is written, employees can file at the end of a 10-year employment for gratuity, and the sums that have been paid out so far are hurting many of the employers to the point where some are considering closing, because just imagine that you are paying these lump sums to 4 or 5 employees. It puts you in a situation where if business is not turning over and you have to go and get a loan and you can't service the loan, it puts the businesses in a precarious position. We have been trying to address this for some time, and we are still pursuing it, but it is not as yet at a point that we can say that we have been heard by the government cabinet in you could say, this in a proper discussion as yet. So, you know, that's the situation. It's not easy for employers at the moment.
One more follow-up question. I wanted to put it in a little bit of a perspective for you. I was talking to a public servant recently, and I conjectured that a person making $1,800 a month, paying a rent for $800, school fees for 2 children, and light bill, water bill, and so on, and car expenses, whatever. I calculated at the end of that month they would have negative $300. So some people are borrowing $300, they pay back each month and borrow it again by the middle of the next month.
You're referring to employees? Employees?
Employees, yeah.
Okay, okay, remember I'm representing employers.
Yes, but I'm going to give you the question.
Okay, go ahead.
The question is, in that context, the public servant said to me the increased contribution will be $4 a month, because we are talking as if it's...
In the minus?
If it's going to be... No, I think when we say we have to pay more, I want you to put into context whether if it's $4 extra we're talking about, how would the private sector employers feel about that? Because we're talking about calculating 4% and plus 5, 4 plus 5, 7 plus 2, 11,
Did
whatever.
I hear you say that after expenses, the person had to end up borrowing to maintain?
Yes.
And you're asking me
to come
how do we feel about adding any further expense to a deficit?
Well, it would only be $4
Only
more.
you're already borrowing, you're already in trouble.
I want you to talk about it. I want you to comment on it.
No, I don't want to speak about that. It is, you know, it don't make sense. No, my point is that we are already stretched, very stretched, on the employee and the employer side, and that we have to sit down and come up with something which is manageable, but I don't think that the time is right. I really don't think so. I think that some effort should be made for, and I hope that these words would receive the ears of our Lord and Savior, that the British government will look on our case and put funds in there in the next 3 to 4 years that would defer our having to increase any payments, and I say that humbly. I've heard all of the talk, all of the recommendations, but from our perspective, we just can't afford it right now. And I say that.
But between now and 1st January 2022, if we do nothing and we wait on the British or somebody else, what do you recommend?
If we do nothing, I don't think we are doing nothing. We are here putting our case, and all of us are being heard. And I don't know if I'm the first one, because I didn't hear the whole discussion. But am I the first one that is saying that we can't afford it?
Make your comments freely for the record.
Right.
Yeah.
So you say if we don't do anything, we are doing something. We are voicing our concerns, and I am voicing our concerns that we cannot afford it at this time. And the fund is not going to die because we can't afford it at this time.
Mrs. Joseph, I've heard your contribution, and it has actually covered the following question, which is my next question, which is actually the ability of the employers to make any additional contribution at this time. You have already clearly articulated your position on that, as you are representing the body that are representing the employers. So there's no need for me to ask you the question again, as you already clearly articulated your position. And the next question would be for Ms. Dorset Hector. Mike, please, Mike.
Thank you. How will it affect your workers or your ability to retain current staffing levels?
My staffing levels?
When I say your, we're talking about perhaps your own experience, and also as a representative of the private sector.
Okay. My staffing levels has always been low, so I envision that I'll be able to wade the waters, so to speak. It's not easy right now, I can assure you. It's difficult. But we keep our heads above water by being very prudent in spending and otherwise. For other employers, I think that the situation is being looked at. Some can maintain and some definitely will not. And that is as much as I can say. It has to be assessed as we go along, and if things improve, our situation will improve. But if the situation economically stays on a downward trend, then the answer is very clear. We'll have to cut back. Some employers have made adjustments in that they are on 1 day or half week or adjusted hours, and that's the reality right now.
Yes, so you have actually described how the present economic situation is negatively affecting your businesses and the abilities to keep up to some of their obligations as they would like to. I would like to thank you very much for appearing before the Public Accounts Committee and making presentation on behalf of the private sector businesses, as they are all key stakeholders of the Social Security Fund and of the country as a whole. So thank you very much, and you may stand down.
Thank you. And make the situation improve.
We had a very long day, and I want to thank all the participants who saw it fitting and important and necessary to turn up and to make their contributions, as they have showed their presence and their contribution, that they understand the importance and the critical state of the Social Security Fund, and that it is no joke, it is very important. I must state for the record, however, the disappointment of the Public Accounts Committee for the no-show of the Financial Secretary acting, who is a member of the Parliament, who is a member of Cabinet, and who is the government representative that was invited to this committee. I wanted to go on the record that the Public Accounts Committee do not take this lightly. We are very disappointed. It shows that the importance of the Social Security Fund may not have quite soaked into his mindset. We had apologies from the Attorney General, which we accepted. However, we will collect documentation that we request from her, and we'll do so. We however, as I said, want the Acting Finance Secretary, Mr. Chambers, to understand that we did not take kindly to his absence and the fact that he did not give any excuse as to why he's not here. It's not good enough, and I guess this government will deal with him on that matter. We don't wrap it up. We're wrapping up. Yes, as I was saying, it's a long day. It's a long day, and we will be wrapping up at this point in time. And I want to thank everyone again. Thank ZJB Radio. Thank. We had also Live Islands. We want to thank Live Islands. We had the Auditor General here all day acting. We had her assistants, and we had the clerk. We want to thank everybody who have been listening online and on ZJB Radio. And this is a wrap. Thank you.